This meeting will come to order. First, I want to take the opportunity to welcome all of our new and returning members to the subcommittee. I'm honored to be able to serve as chairman for another term. I want to welcome our new ranking member, Mr. Walden of Oregon, and also Mr. Braley, the vice chair of this subcommittee. You've been on the subcommittee for some time, Mr. Walden. I look forward to working with you in a good bipartisan working relationship in the 111th Congress like we had in the 110th Congress. I welcome Chairman Waxman in his new role as chairman of the full committee. Mr. Chairman, I know you will serve us well and will continue the tradition of aggressive and fair oversight that this committee has become known for. I also look forward to working with your staff, along with Mr. Kevin Barstow, who in this case here traveled once again to Georgia to look at the peanut plants in Georgia, as he did in 2007. I think Kevin's going to be in every peanut plant in Georgia if this keeps up. So I want to thank Kevin and Scott Schlegel and the whole staff for all their hard work on this in preparation for today's hearing. I want to thank Chairman Emeritus John Dingell, the gentleman from my home state of Michigan, for his long and distinguished career in the House and here in the Energy and Commerce Committee. I must note today, in fact, the first resolution on the floor today, so members will be moving back and forth in and out of this committee to pay tribute to Mr. Dingell as being the longest-serving member in the history of the U.S. House of Representatives. He served more than 53 years and 2 months. As was noted in the ceremony honoring Chairman Dingell last night, we will honor him for the time he has served, and we honor him more for what he's done while serving. It's truly a pleasure and a privilege to serve with Mr. Dingell and to have him on this committee. Now the business before us today. This hearing today that we have is the Salmonella Outbreak, the continued failure to protect the food supply. We will begin with opening statements. The chairman, the ranking member, Chairman Emeritus, will be recognized for 5 minutes for an opening statement, and other members will be recognized for 3 minutes for their opening statements. I should note there's a lot of interest in this hearing. We already have a statement submitted by the record with unanimous consent. Representative Sanford Bishop is here. He's from Georgia. He's had an interest in this. And also Mr. Barrow is here. Again, not part of subcommittees, but he's here. But he's a member of the full committee. And same, Mr. Green is here. So a lot of interest in this hearing. So I'll begin with the opening statement. Since late 2008, the United States has been in grips of a nationwide outbreak of Salmonella infections that to this date is believed to have caused 550 illnesses and 8 deaths in 43 states. In January, public health officials in Minnesota and Connecticut connected the outbreak to peanut butter produced by the Peanut Corporation of America, PCA, at its plant in Blakely, Georgia. This finding triggered a series of recalls that have included all peanut butter and other peanut products produced at the facility for the past 2 years, and recalls by over 54 companies of more than 1,900 products containing the ingredients from Blakely, Georgia, and Plainview, Texas facilities of PCA. The recalls have cost business and government millions of dollars. The psychological cost has been widespread concern among parents of the millions of children nationwide who daily enjoy peanut butter sandwiches, cookies, crackers, and other snacks. The President of the United States has expressed the view of parents across America when he said that his 7-year-old daughter eats peanut butter probably 3 times a week, and that, quote, I don't want to have to worry about whether she's going to get sick as a consequence to having her lunch, end of quote. Today's hearing will examine how this contamination was allowed to grow unchecked and the collective failure of multiple players, the peanut butter manufacturer, the Food and Drug Administration, state regulators, and private industry, to take steps that might have prevented the outbreak. This subcommittee is well versed on the issues we address today. In the last Congress, we held 8 hearings to examine the safety and security of the nation's food supply, including one in April 2007, in which we specifically examined a similar outbreak arising from salmonella contamination of peanut butter manufactured by ConAgra. Although we continue to learn new facts about the outbreak in the Georgia facility at which it all started, the facts we already know paint a very disturbing picture. When FDA inspectors entered the plant in Georgia, they found a facility riddled with unsanitary and unsafe conditions. According to the inspector's preliminary report, mold was observed growing on the ceiling and walls in the cooler used to store peanut butter products. A live roach and several dead roaches were observed in the washroom adjacent to the production packaging area. Most importantly, salmonella was found in 2 separate locations in the plant, including one that was only 3 feet from finished peanut butter products. Even more disturbing is the fact that Peanut Corporation of America knew about salmonella contamination for over a year and a half, but did nothing to address it. Internal company records reveal that since June 2007, PCA's products tested positive for salmonella on 12 different occasions, but that the company continued to produce and distribute its peanut butter products without consequence. And we know that the multiple players had opportunities to report or detect the contamination, but failed to do so. The FDA had the authority to conduct inspections at the PCA facility and to test for salmonella, but when the FDA sent state inspectors to the plant on its behalf in 2007 and 2008, it did not test for salmonella, even though both visits occurred after the 2007 salmonella outbreak traced to the ConAgra plant just 70 miles down the road from the PCA plant. One of these inspections occurred just one day after PCA manufactured product had tested positive for the presence of salmonella. The Georgia Department of Agriculture conducted 2 inspections of the Blakely plant in 2008, but did not conduct tests for salmonella on either occasion, despite an internal goal to conduct such tests once a year. Private laboratories that conducted the tests for PCA had firsthand knowledge of the positive findings of salmonella, but failed to report those results to anyone but the company. Neither the FDA nor the state of Georgia requested access to those records until after the salmonella outbreak. PCA's largest customers, such as Kellogg's, engaged contractors to conduct audit of the Blakely plant, but they did not conduct their own salmonella tests and did not require PCA to show them their internal test results, which would have revealed a consistent pattern of salmonella contamination. So we appear to have a total systemic breakdown with severe consequences for hundreds of victims for which we need explanations. That is why we have asked representatives from each of these players, the manufacturer, the FDA, the state regulator, the private laboratories, as well as victims of this outbreak to testify today. At this hearing, we will seek answers to the following questions. What has been the human impact of this outbreak? How could the company, regulators, laboratories, and industry let the salmonella contamination remain hidden for over a year before the outbreak? What legislative or regulatory changes can be implemented to prevent such catastrophic failures in the future? On this last question, it bears noting that we already have a vehicle for change in this area, H.R. 759, the FDA Globalization Act of 2009, which I am sponsoring along with Congressman Dingo and Pallone. I look forward to today's testimony as an opportunity to gather additional information with which to shape this legislation to address the public health impact of this and similar outbreaks. If there's any good that can come from this tragic outbreak, it could come from long overdue legislative change to protect the American people from dangers in the nation's food supply. Next, I'd turn to my ranking member, Mr. Walden, for his opening statement, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stupak. And Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you in my new role as the ranking Republican on the Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee. We've worked together on issues before for many years to protect the safety of Americans in many different ways and to improve security and other things in agencies and all. So I look forward to our work together. Ladies and gentlemen, I remember our previous food safety investigations into E. coli in spinach, E. coli in meat, salmonella in peanut butter, salmonella in jalapenos, now salmonella in a variety of peanut-containing products. This container is full of products that less than a month ago people were consuming thinking it was fine to eat. And one of the things I'm going to do today is ask Mr. Parnell from the Peanut Corporation of America if he'd like to open this and sample some of the products that he didn't think were a problem in sending out for the rest of us to eat. Now, there are some recalled products in here, and there are some that probably okay now. Lives were lost, and people were sickened because they took a chance, and I believe knowingly, shipping product that was contaminated. Yesterday, we learned there's another plant in Texas that the FDA didn't even know existed, that apparently has never been inspected, and now we learn there was salmonella in that plant as well. This is simply outrageous. The latest outbreak of salmonella has sickened 11 people in my home state of Oregon. It's touched the lives of teenagers in Baker County and toddlers all the way the other side of the state in Medford and in Wilsonville. Pets have now been added to the list of those falling ill from salmonella-tainted products. A dog in Oakland, Oregon, apparently is the first animal illness in the nation linked to recalled products. Today, We'll hear from a witness from one of these affected families, Peter Hurley. Mr. Hurley, I welcome you and your wife and your 3 children today. Jacob is here, 3-year-old Jacob. You want to stand up and give a wave there? You're going to hear about Jacob's story. Jacob became sick in January. For about 2 weeks, Peter and his wife watched as poor Jacob got sick and sicker, and they consulted their pediatrician and sought counsel and advice, and poor Jacob apparently couldn't keep anything down. And the pediatrician said, well, what does Jacob like to eat? Because at least maybe we can get him to eat what he likes to eat and help him along. Austin peanut butter crackers was his favorite. So he continued to eat peanut butter crackers. And eventually, as the news came forward that those crackers and other products like those in this container may well be containing salmonella, the state epidemiologist showed up at their house on a Saturday night, took the crackers, and from what I understand, every other package was contaminated with salmonella. You imagine the tragedy as a parent of knowing that, in effect, you've been poisoning your 3-year-old child with the help of your pediatrician, none of whom knew this was the problem until the damage was done. Salmonella is a naturally occurring microorganism. It's usually transmitted to humans by eating contaminated foods. To reduce the risk of contamination, we require food processing firms to follow the Food and Drug Administration's current good manufacturing practices that serve as the minimum sanitary processing requirements for producing safe food. Failure to comply with the good manufacturing practices is a violation of law. And if noncompliance leads to the distribution of adulterated or contaminated foods, more severe penalties may be applicable. Good manufacturing practices also serve as the basis for food firm inspections conducted by the FDA and by state government inspectors. Now, the Peanut Corporation of America, whose president and plant manager are invited witnesses today, has been identified as the sole source of this salmonella outbreak. Several of the company's products were tainted with salmonella at the PCA plant in Blakely, Georgia, and shipped to more than 100 consignee firms that serve as suppliers to food producers, large and small, for use as an ingredient in hundreds of different products such as cookies, crackers, ice cream, cereal, and candy. At least 2 Oregon companies I'm aware of have had to recall their products because they included ingredients that were sourced back to PCA. The health implications are all too clear, as our witnesses will testify today. Additionally, there are economic consequences for the food producers that used those ingredients and had to conduct those recalls. As FDA has reported and is indicated in documents obtained by this committee, the Peanut Corporation of America routinely violated numerous good manufacturing practices and knowingly shipped adulterated products to its customers. In an internal email chain between the plant manager, Sam Lightsey, and the president, Stuart Parnell, the 2 men discussed microbial testing completed on finished product. The emails state the company was notified of a confirmed positive salmonella test on a sample conducted by an outside lab. That sample was tested again and a negative reading occurred. Then Peanut Corporation of America shipped the contaminated product to another outside lab and received a negative result. In response to getting a negative result, the company president gave instructions to his plant manager to ship the salmonella positive products, specifically telling them, turn them loose. Another email that Mr. Parnell, the president, wants to discuss another positive test of salmonella and the time lapse in the shipment of product as a result. Mr. Parnell expresses his concern of losing huge amounts of $, $$ due to delays in shipment and costs of testing. It appears Mr. Parnell was more concerned about his company's bottom line than the food safety of Americans. Expert witnesses will explain that a subsequent negative test result for salmonella on a sample never negates the initial finding of a confirmed positive. In response to a confirmed positive, PCA should have immediately destroyed the entire lot of contaminated product, ceased production, and attempted to uncover the root cause of the contamination. All these steps are part of the FDA's manufacturing requirements that firms are forced to follow or required to follow. FDA must enhance the GMPs for food and get stronger authority Food firms should be required to give FDA access to records that show compliance, prove the kill step for pathogens actually works, and confirm sanitation and protection against cross-contamination. To help prevent outbreaks in the future, FDA inspectors must have access to internal documents. We must assure the public the food on our grocery shelves is safe, and what we put into our mouths and those of our children, elderly parents, and even our pets is safe. While Congress moves on legislation, our food safety agencies and food manufacturing firms can take immediate action to improve the production of safe food, and I suggest that we demand those actions now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Walden. I suggest you keep your contaminated products on your side of the aisle. That'd be a new way to get back in the majority, but we'll pass on that. Mr. Waxman, opening statement, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to see you're continuing your aggressive oversight on the issues of food safety, and I'm pleased also to see that you're working with our counterparts on the Republican side, especially Ranking Member Walden, to do this on a bipartisan basis. There's no partisanship when it comes to questions of food safety. We are shocked at what's been going on in this country on food issues. And what this committee needs to do is to find out the truth, hold people accountable, and make sure it doesn't happen again. For too long, people have been worried about this, and they want to know what's happening and who's responsible. Well, we're going to hear in this first panel that those who most often pay the price are the young, the elderly, and the infirm, because these tainted products distributed by the Peanut Corporation of America were sent to elementary schools, nursing homes, hospitals, and even FEMA meal kits handed out in the wake of the Kentucky ice storms. We're going to hear today the results of our subcommittee's investigation, and we've obtained documents that I'd ask unanimous consent be made part of the record.
Without objection.
These documents obtained by our subcommittee are very disturbing, because what they show is that this company cared more about its financial bottom line than it did about the safety of its customers. Last September, for example, PCA was notified by a private lab that its products had tested positive for Salmonella. This wasn't the first positive test the company received, and it may not be the last. In response, the president of the company sent an email. Stuart Parnell was complaining that the positive Salmonella tests were costing them huge amounts of money. And I see on the screen that we're flashing up this email. It's going to have a huge lapse in time from the time we pick up peanuts until the time we can invoice. Well, even after FDA began investigating in January and forced the company to recall some products, PCA's first concerns were financial. On January 19th, Mr. Parnell sent an email pleading with the FDA officials to allow the company to keep doing business. He wrote that they desperately at least need to turn the raw peanuts on our floor into money. He assured the FDA that these peanuts would be cooked and further processed by their Texas facility. This Texas facility is the same one that was shut down yesterday after Salmonella was found there, too. The subcommittee also obtained documents that appear to show that Mr. Parnell was not forthcoming about his company's past. Despite multiple records showing positive Salmonella tests over 3 years, he wrote an email to his company's employees on January 12th asserting flatly that, quote, "We have never found any Salmonella at all." And he blamed the news agencies. They're looking for news stories that are going to scare people about the cause of this food sickness outbreak. The subcommittee obtained statements from an official at one of the private labs used by PCA to test for Salmonella. The lab official reported that PCA's plant manager in Georgia, Sam Lightsey, admitted to shipping products before receiving lab results. The official stated, quote, "When I called Mr. Lightsey in early October 2008 to give him the serology reports that JLA obtained from Diebel Lab for the confirmed Salmonella, he paused and said, uh-oh, or something to that effect, and then told me he had released the products for shipping. When I asked him if he could get it back, he said it was on track, it was on a truck heading to Utah, end quote. Well, this lab official also informed us that PCA stopped using its services because it received too many positive tests. The official stated, quote, I called Mr. Lightsey to follow up on the recent discussion regarding the confirmed positive, and he confirmed that because of the high coliform results, they're going to send samples to a different lab, end quote. Well, Mr. Chairman, I want all these documents to the record. I want them to be made public. I hope at this hearing we're going to be able to find out more about the actions of these these PCA officials. I look forward to the hearings from the labs that conducted these tests, as well as the state and federal officials in charge in overseeing this company. And I also want to extend my condolences to the victims and family members of victims who are here today. We've got to find out the truth. We've got to hold people accountable, and we've got to make sure that this doesn't continue in the future. Thanks for your hard work and the aggressive oversight that I know you're committed to. Yield back the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I next turn to Mr. Barton of Texas for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today you're going to see Congress at its best and at its worst. This subcommittee hearing is Congress at its best. We have an issue that affects the public health and safety of the American people. We have a chairman and a subcommittee chairman who have quickly acted to bring it to the country's attention, to bring witnesses forward, both from the victim side and from the regulatory side, and also give an opportunity for the affected party, the company in this case, to present their side of the story. And that's been done on a bipartisan basis with full cooperation, including yesterday a full committee meeting, business meeting, where we unanimously voted a subpoena to compel some of the witnesses that didn't want to voluntarily testify to come before the Congress so the people would know. That's Congress at its best. Mr. Waxman and Mr. Stupacker be commended for their leadership. I also want to commend Mr. Walden, the new ranking member on the minority side, for the best opening statement I've heard in 22 years at an oversight hearing. And that goes back to John Dingell and Billy Tozan and Tom Bliley, Mr. Waxman and others who have always specialized in aggressive oversight. He put the case succinctly. He put the case in personal terms. He did it in a way that we can understand. So that's Congress at its best. Unfortunately, today we're also going to see Congress at its worst. We have this stimulus package that's in limbo somewhere in the conference between the Senate and the House of Representatives, and the House conferees were appointed yesterday. This committee, who's got jurisdiction for approximately $100 billion of that stimulus, including all the health care issues, all the telecommunication issues, all the energy issues, all the environmental issues, has one conferee, the chairman of the committee. Nobody on the minority side. It's a very small conference, but the Speaker has seen fit. The minority doesn't count. Our voice doesn't count. Well, I have a prediction to make. By the end of the day or the end of the week, they're going to hear the voice of the minority on this issue. We need to do something to help the economy for this country. We need to do it cooperatively in a bipartisan basis. But when you shut one side out, it makes it very difficult to work in a positive fashion. So on a positive note, this is an important hearing. We're totally supportive. Whatever the results of the hearing are, I'm sure we'll work together to implement those. But on the other issue, it's not democracy when only one side has a voice. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. By order of appearance, members will be recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement. Next would be Mr. Green from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for holding the hearing today. Last year, we had many hearings on food safety, but unfortunately, the committee was never able to pass a food safety bill. The recent Salmonella outbreak is yet another example of how the FDA and state agencies are unable to protect the American food supply. The committee's investigation has shown that Peanut Corporation America was operating with blatant disregard for safety standards which ultimately led to at least 8 deaths and sickened 600 individuals. Investigations by this committee found that Peanut Corporation of America shopped for labs that gave them negative salmonella results after originally testing positive, but they would not wait for the results and would ship the products out for consumption without ensuring they were safe for consumption. Peanut Corporation of America's plants are also in deplorable condition, especially the plant in Georgia with cockroaches near the peanuts, water leakage, mold, and unsanitary production line. On the 3rd, we learned that the Peanut Corporation of America was operating an unlicensed and uninspected plant in Plainview, Texas. This plant was never inspected until the FDA began investigating the Salmonella outbreak, at least never inspected by the FDA. Unfortunately, my home state of Texas is one of the states where the FDA relies on our state inspectors to oversee food safety. On Monday, the Texas Department of State Health Services shut down the Plainview plant after it tested positive for possible salmonella. It's unbelievable that a food processing plant can deliver possibly tainted products into our food supply without a license and without ever being inspected. One thing is clear, no plant should be able to operate in the manner in which the Peanut Corporation of America has operated. Congress, myself included, said for years that the FDA is underfunded, and that is still true. But throwing money at them will not solve the problem. We need to overhaul the way the FDA reviews and inspects our food processing plants and food supply. This committee, Congress, and the new administration must do all we can to shut down those unlawful operators and find a new way to protect the American food supply. And again, I want to welcome our witnesses here, particularly the children. I have a 4-year-old granddaughter who loves peanut butter and crackers. In fact, as I sit here today, my son is actually, they're having a new baby this morning in South Texas, a little boy. And all of them, all my grandchildren eat peanut butter, and I have a jar here. I didn't bring it to check it for salmonella, but anyway, it's so important for the American people, literally from our smallest citizens to our oldest. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Mr. Deal for an opening statement, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to welcome the Deputy Commissioner of Agriculture from the state of Georgia, Mr. Terry Coleman, who, by the way, is a former Speaker of the Georgia House of Representatives as a Democrat, Mr. Chairman. And also Mr. Oscar Garrison, who is the Assistant Commissioner of Agriculture of the Georgia Department of Agriculture, who's going to testify on one of our panels. Mr. Chairman, our nation has always prided itself on having the safest food supply in the world. This confidence is founded on the hard work of those who grow, process, package, and deliver our food, coupled with the oversight and inspections provided by the federal agencies such as FDA and USDA, working with their comparable state regulatory authorities. Let no one misunderstand, however. We are all outraged by the alleged violations of law and common standards of safety, which are the focus of this hearing. And our sympathy goes out to those who were injured and to those who have suffered losses. Although I am a resident of the state of Georgia, where the production of peanuts is a vital part of our state's economy, there will be no statements of provincial protectionism from me, for it is those who are closest to the problem that are the most infuriated by it. For we know that the vast majority of those who produce peanuts and the resulting products are decent, law-abiding people. Right now, peanut farmers are poised to plant this year's crop. The uncertainty created by the actions of Peanut Corporation of America will cost them millions of dollars. They and many more in the chain of production have done nothing wrong, but they are suffering the consequences of the questionable actions of one company. These innocent individuals and companies are more concerned than almost anyone that the cloud of suspicion be removed from the peanut industry. As legislators, we should be asking how we can make the system work better. I'm sure we can learn from this unfortunate experience how to reform our inspection systems at both the federal and state levels. In fact, the Georgia General Assembly is in session right now and is considering legislation to strengthen the role of our state inspections and oversight. We have the responsibility to shape the scales of justice as it relates to food safety. But the architect whose eyes are focused only on the actions of the most egregious will design a scales of justice that will not work, for it fails to account for the overwhelming weight of the majority who are honest and law-abiding. That is our challenge as we go forward, to ensure the safety of all without destroying the underlying industry. I'm confident that the peanut industry of my state and the nation will work cooperatively with this committee, with this Congress, and the legislatures of the various states to craft reforms that will restore the confidence of the American people in the safety of peanut products. For that end, I pledge my best efforts. For after all, the good health of the American public and, in fact, the fate of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich lie in the balance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Deal. Next we'll hear from Mr. Braley, Vice Chair of the Subcommittee, new member to committee. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to tell you how honored I am to be serving as your Vice Chairman. I look forward to working with you and Ranking Member Walden on the important work of the committee. As I was preparing for the hearing today, I thought of Upton Sinclair and what he must be thinking as we sit here nearly 100 years after the publication of The Jungle, facing the very same food issues, questions that dominated the discussion of this Capitol over 100 years ago. And that was highlighted by this advertisement that appeared in USA Today, where we have the unbelievable aspect of corporations paying thousands of dollars to say, "It ain't me." And as we focus on the important topics we're here to talk about today, we need to keep in mind the enormous economic consequences to people who are not involved in this contamination as well. This recent outbreak of salmonella in peanut products has resulted in the recall of over 1,700 products, one of the largest recalls ever under the jurisdiction of the FDA. But this outbreak is not just disturbing because of its size. It's particularly troubling because of its impact on Americans most vulnerable to tainted food. As noted in the Monday issue of USA Today, salmonella affects people who are most vulnerable depending upon the strength of their immune system and how old or young they are. And we all know that salmonella is most dangerous to very young children. And given that, I think it's outrageous that the contaminated King Nut peanut butter, which was the product in which the source of this salmonella outbreak was first located, was distributed to nursing homes, hospitals, and schools. Yet the serious concerns I have about the severity of the effects of salmonella on children are only compounded by the sheer popularity of peanut butter and peanut butter snacks among children. As President Obama noted recently, peanut butter is very prevalent in the diets of young children like his daughter Sasha. As a parent, I know this firsthand. I'm also concerned as a parent that 3 states have had to remove tainted Peanut Corporation of America products from their school lunch programs. These states receive peanut butter or roasted peanuts from the federal government, which bought them from the Peanut Corporation. It's completely unacceptable that our nation's schools could be serving children products that could make them severely ill or kill them, and that the federal government would be purchasing and distributing these potentially dangerous products to our schools. There are many questions that need to be answered today about the practices of Peanut Corporation of America, about the FDA and state inspections of their plants, and about the general safety of our food supply. One thing that's clear is that we need to be doing a much better job of protecting Americans, particularly children and other vulnerable populations, from unsafe food products. I look forward to hearing the testimony of the witnesses and hope that this hearing will help to determine what Congress needs to do to prevent these outbreaks in the future and ensure the safety of our nation's food supply.
Thank you, Mr. Braley. Mr. Gingrey for an opening statement, please. I guess he's not there. How about Mr. Burgess for an opening statement? Order of appearance we've been going by. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, seems like we've been here before. We've previously established that there are serious problems within the FDA. In the last Congress, we had 16 FDA-related hearings. And now we begin a new session of Congress with a hearing on the Food and Drug Administration and their role in inspecting the Peanut Corporation of America, the source of over 553 salmonella-related illnesses and at least 8 deaths. Mr. Chairman, this is like a bad movie, and we've all read the script before. In 2007, we investigated the Food and Drug Administration's role with ConAgra and the salmonella illness in their peanut-based products. And just like today, in 2007, it was the state of Georgia, which was the source of the salmonella in peanut-based products. So it's not just a bad movie script, it's a deadly one. And it's got the same theme, salmonella, the same actors, the Food and Drug Administration, the state of Georgia, but with one crucial difference. This time, there's the possibility of criminal activity by the Peanut Corporation of America. And we know that the Peanut Corporation of America engaged in deliberate misconduct in this case. We know that the Peanut Corporation of America not only retested salmonella-positive batches of peanut products, they intentionally shipped the products to their unsuspecting clients. At least 75 companies, 16 different food categories, make over 1,000 types of consumer foods with peanut products made by the Peanut Corporation of America, and then they put them in front of the whole world for our consumption. It's no wonder in the past month, it seems like almost on every newscast at the top of every hour, we're notified of yet another recall, of yet another product, creating yet another crisis, a crisis in an already troubled economy. Mr. Chairman, this is a deliberate act that's almost astonishing in its cruelty. It's a violation not only of the trust of the American consumer, but also of their business partners. The president of the Peanut Corporation of America could give us answers, should give us answers, but we won't get them today because it's my understanding that individual is going to plead his Fifth Amendment rights. But boy, I'd love to ask, how did you think this was going to work out for you? I also continue to be troubled by how much the Food and Drug Administration needs our attention and modernization. They need more powers like the mandatory recall power, which I have previously advocated, as well as the power to retrieve all records for any food company being investigated. But no matter how much we change and demand greater action and accountability from the Food and Drug Administration, we can only hold the Food and Drug Administration accountable for the laws that are there. And then businesses like the Peanut Corporation of America, they violate not just the law, but the fundamental tenets of their business practices. It's not any longer about following the rule of the FDA. It's just about being a good citizen of the world. So for me, yeah, it's time again to focus on the Food and Drug Administration and how we need to work on the Food and Drug Administration and help it in its mission. But we also should focus on punishing the bad actors in this case. Mr. Chairman, now it's a criminal matter. And although we need to work to continue to modernize the FDA by giving them the money and the power they need to continue to protect our citizens, you know, there's not a night that goes by, it seems, that Lou Dobbs doesn't end his newscast by saying, doesn't anyone deserve a government that works? And that's not just a rhetorical question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me ask that this committee answer Mr. Dobbs in the affirmative. Let's make it unambiguous. Let's make it a bipartisan affirmative. And let's also commit that from this hearing forward, we'll make our actions match our rhetoric. And I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Ms. Christensen for an opening statement. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Chairman Waxman, Chairman Stupak, Ranking Member Barton, and Walden. This is my first hearing with the Committee on Oversight and Investigations, and I'm glad to be here, but I'm really sickened by the reasons that we're meeting this morning. The recent Salmonella outbreak, though, demonstrated clear and serious deficiencies in our country's food safety system, some based on century-old legislation. And so this hearing is very important to fixing the problems that cause so much preventable illness and the 8 deaths that should not have happened. So thank you for holding it. And thank you also to those who are here to testify, especially the families of those who suffered because of the unscrupulous, likely criminal business practices and the fact that our government failed you. I extend condolences to the Almer and Toussaint families, and to Mr. and Mrs. Hurley. We're glad to see that Jacob is well enough to be here with us today. For the past several months, we've heard countless reports about the Salmonella outbreaks, and with each story and each investigation, we learn a bit more about how many gaps there are in our nation's processes to ensure food safety. We've also learned how key agencies, such as FDA, lack the authority, resources, and oversight that they clearly should have to ensure the safety of our food and the health of our family and our loved ones. Finally, we've learned about the tragic consequences that these gaps in food safety have on innocent lives, consequences that could have been avoided, should have been avoided, and consequences that I look forward to working with you, my colleagues, on this committee to avoid in the future. Thanks to Mr. Dingell, Mr. Pallone, and Mr. Stupak, who've already launched an effort that is heading us in the right direction with the introduction of H.R. 759, the Food and Drug Administration Globalization Act of 2009, which I am proud to co-sponsor. Through provisions which empower the FDA with additional resources and mandatory recall authority, as well as oversight over and access to the safety plans that food service facilities establish, as well as access to those tests that are conducted to measure safety and inspection records, we are finally on a better path to prevention. We know those measures are too late for the precious lives that have been lost and the others that were put in jeopardy. lives of some of our more vulnerable people, those in nursing homes, hospitals, and schools, all because we had to wait for a company to initiate the recall of a product that they knew was tainted, that they knew was would make people sick, just to protect their profit margins. There's plenty of blame to go around because many balls were dropped. The only blameless ones in all of this are the individuals who died, those who got sick, and their families and loved ones. If for no one else, let this hearing be about them, and let the lessons we learn and the next steps we take ensure that their suffering is not forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Radonovich for opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman Barton and Ranking Member Walden. Also, I want to thank Mr. Waxman and Mr. Barton for holding this important hearing on the outbreak of salmonella in peanut products. As a representative of one of the largest agricultural producing districts in the nation, I'm keenly aware of the importance of food safety as a public health hazard and also as an issue of national security. However, what truly makes me more concerned about food safety, it's not so much my role as a member of Congress, but as a father of a 10-year-old boy who happens to love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Parents these days have so many things to worry about. It's unfortunate that peanut products, which are often a staple in the diet of a 10-year-old boy, have been added to this list. Even with the best parenting in the world, there are some things that are out of our control as parents. My wife and I can choose to avoid packing my son peanut products in his lunch, but that doesn't stop him from trading his granola bar for trail mix that has salmonella-tainted peanuts in them. My condolences go out to those who have lost your loved ones and to those who have been tragically affected by the Salmonella outbreak. It was an unavoidable situation, and I'm looking forward to hearing the testimony from the witnesses and learning how Congress can help prevent situations from reoccurring. So I look forward to the hearing, what we might learn from it, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Sutton, for an opening statement, 3 minutes. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Christmas Day, my local newspaper had a story about a resident in a Summit County nursing home, that she was very ill. And on top of many other medical conditions, she suffered from fever, abdominal cramps, and diarrhea. Doctors diagnosed this woman with a case of salmonella, and a few weeks later, she died. The woman I speak of is one of the 8 people who died of salmonella and is among the 550 people nationwide who became sick as a result of this bacteria. According to the Ohio Department of Health, there have been 89 cases of salmonella reported in Ohio in the past 4 months. This figure is much higher compared to occurrences in other states. Mr. Chairman, this outbreak demonstrates yet again that our food inspection system is broken. The source of the salmonella was traced to a factory in Georgia, as we've heard, called the Peanut Corporation of America, or PCA. And on multiple occasions, PCA's peanut products have tested positive for salmonella. PCA still ship their products to schools, nursing homes, and stores despite that. Now there is a document on the FDA website with 288 pages worth of recalled products that include peanuts. The negligent practices in this food manufacturing plant is unacceptable, and the government must do more to protect Americans. Regulatory agencies like the FDA, they need more power, and they must execute more power and oversight to prevent another catastrophe like this. This is why I reintroduced the Protect Consumers Act. This bill is very simple. It would give the FDA mandatory recall authority over food products. Mandatory recall authority is only one of the critical steps, and there are other bills out that are equally important and more comprehensive, but just taking this simple step is a step that we should pursue with haste. Currently, the FDA is forced to rely on the company at issue to do the right thing, and we know that that isn't a good way to operate. I look forward to hearing from PCA to learn why they continue to sell their contaminated products. I'm also eager to hear from government officials to learn about their role in the recall. And I look forward to working with my colleagues here on the committee to fix our broken system so that America's families can trust that the food they are eating is safe. That's not too much to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Blackburn for an opening statement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the hearing, and I want to thank our witnesses for taking their time to come before us today. As you have heard, FDA review and oversight is not new to this committee. This is something that we have gone over and over and over during my 4 years on this committee. And Mr. Chairman, I sit here and I'm listening to the opening statements and looking at our witnesses, and I think, how many more Americans are going to have to be affected by some type of illness or worse before we get down to the basics on review, reform, and accountability that is lacking in the system that's before us. I think it is unacceptable for the American public's health and indeed their life in many cases to be put at risk. Now, peanuts, as you've heard, this is why we're here. This is our latest of our contamination issues in our food supply. And it is so unfortunate that contaminated product was knowingly shipped to various locations, some in my state of Tennessee. And indeed, we express our sympathies to the families who have been injured, harmed, or experienced loss of life because of this. We have 11 cases that are in Tennessee alone. Indeed, this is something that could have been prevented. We all know the source. We have discussed that with Peanut Corporation of America. We're going to look more into that today. And one thing that I am really going to want to know a bit more about is how there could have been 12 known cases of Salmonella between June of '07 and September of '08. How there could have been 12 times that this was known and appropriate action was not taken. And what the American people are wanting to see is not more rhetoric. They want to see action. And Mr. Chairman, I think that is where reforming this system comes forward as what our next step should be, to make certain that the American people can trust us to do our job, to reform this system so that they have trust in the food supply and the product that is placed on their shelves. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Gett for an opening statement. Mr. Gett's Vice Chair of the full committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We spend a lot of time together in these food safety hearings, and I want to welcome our new members of the committee. I've been on this subcommittee for 12 years now, and since I've been on this subcommittee, this is our 10th food safety hearing, at which the members of the Oversight and Investigations spend quite a little bit of time in a bipartisan way wringing our hands. Now, in the meantime, with the latest problem, over 500 people have been sickened. 15 of them are in my home state of Colorado. Half of the sickened people are children, and 8 people have died. This is the deadliest outbreak of foodborne illness in decades, but we've seen in the last few years jalapenos, peanut butter again, meat, dog food, and on and on and on. I guess my question is to Congress in general, how many sick kids does it really take for us to finally act? How many workers need to get laid off before private industry and Congress put resources into protecting the integrity of our food distribution system? And I cannot think of a case that better demonstrates the need for the FDA and USDA to have mandatory recall authority than this case. The Peanut Corporation of America sells in bulk to companies, and then those companies manufacture and distribute processed foods. So even though people started getting sick last summer, current federal law does not empower public health officials to issue a recall in response to an emergency like this. My constituents are shocked when they hear this, and instead companies are left to voluntarily decide for themselves if and when to recall their products. And so, Mr. Chairman, I know this isn't a legislative hearing, but I'm sure that the parents who are sitting here today would like to know that there are actually legislators working on these issues. I've introduced legislation again this year, which I've introduced many times in the past, to finally give the government mandatory recall authority. And the good news is, Finally, this is supported not just by the regulators, but also by the industry. And so I think when we pass comprehensive food safety legislation, finally the FDA and USDA will have mandatory recall authority. The second bill I've reintroduced this year, which I've introduced many times in the past, is the TRACE Act. And what this bill does is creates a comprehensive traceability system so that we can trace from where the peanuts came from to when they're in those little peanut butter crackers that the children are eating, where that came from, so that we can recall that right away. That problem was a particular problem last year with the jalapenos in the salsa. I'm happy to report that Mr. Dingell and Mr. Stupak have included both my mandatory recall language and some traceability language in their comprehensive bill. And I'm also happy to report that the regulators support traceability, and now again, the manufacturers are beginning to understand that situation. Mr. Chairman, I'm eager for this hearing today. We need to shed light on this situation. But once we do that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you and Mr. Waxman so that we can move legislation and begin to solve these problems.
Thank you. Mr. Gingrey for opening statement, please. 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing me, and this is my first hearing as a member of this subcommittee. I look forward to serving under your leadership and that of Ranking Member Walden in the crucial oversight role of the subcommittee. Let me welcome our former Georgia Speaker of the House and now Deputy Commissioner of Agriculture, Terry Coleman, as well as Mr. Oscar Garrison, the Assistant Commissioner, who I certainly look forward to hearing his testimony in the third panel. Now, I first want to express my sincere condolences to the families that are here today, and those families across the nation who have either lost a loved one or have suffered illness as a result of this Salmonella outbreak. For those testifying today, I appreciate your willingness to come before this subcommittee and share your stories, as difficult as it may be, with us. All of us have a responsibility to learn from this tragedy and to take the necessary steps to ensure that no other family has to endure what you have experienced. Mr. Chairman, it is regrettable to see that the facility under investigation today is located in my home state of Georgia. And it's also unfortunate that Mr. Parnell and Mr. Lightsey from PCA, the Peanut Corporation of America, will likely refrain from testifying in accordance with the Fifth Amendment rights. And while they are within their constitutional rights, I would offer this admonition to them and to anyone else who makes the products that our citizens and their families consume. If you circumvent the law or merely take advantage of lax oversight, don't think you have gained the system forever, because justice will catch up to you and you will pay. Further, if the circumstances as presented and reported to this point bear out to be true, then it seems the decision to achieve short-sighted profits has trumped common sense and morality. For this, there will be an accounting. Mr. Chairman, as we in Congress move forward, we must also recognize that no matter how high a regulatory wall we erect, there will always be someone that is brazen enough or stupid enough or greedy enough to try and climb over that safety barrier. And though our gut reaction might be to build an even higher wall, we have an obligation to thoroughly evaluate and ensure that current law was properly enforced first. A wall's integrity, after all, comes not from the height, Mr. Chairman, but from its foundation. So as we proceed with this hearing, I'll listen carefully to the witnesses in their statements and in their responses to the questions in the hope that we will get to the bottom of this tragedy. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gingrey. Again, by order of appearance at the subcommittee, Mr. Welch from Vermont, welcome to the committee. And you're always welcome. Come sit up here on top row, too.
I hear the air is pretty good up there. Thank you very much. I want to echo what Mr. Gingrey said and express my condolences. And believe me, it's very kind of you to come here, and it makes a real difference that you're willing to share your stories, painful as it is. And I apologize that we've added to your burden by making you sit through so many opening statements. But, you know, I've been listening to them, too, and there's something that I find quite heartening in this. We all agree that what Peanut Corporation did was despicable and outrageous, and they should be held to account. But what you, as parents, as sons, have a right to expect from your government is that we have systems in place that give you the assurance that when you buy food, it's safe. It's as simple as that. And obviously, there's nothing worse as a parent to see a child who is sick and you don't know what the outcome is going to be, or to lose a parent before his or her time. And I'm heartened by what I've heard today from the members of this committee. And also, I was earlier at the meeting of the whole committee when I heard our chairman, Mr. Towns, and our ranking member, Mr. Issa, both express the commitment to having vigorous oversight. And that doesn't change just because we've had a new change in administration. Because there are unscrupulous folks out there who, for a quick buck, will put in peril people that you love. And it's our mutual responsibility to do every single thing we can to have systems in place that give you the assurance that the food you buy is safe. And what you're doing, and we so appreciate, is you're coming forward with your personal story that makes it real, that makes it vivid, and that's at some personal inconvenience and pain to you. So I join my fellow committee members in thanking you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Mr. Sullivan, for an opening statement, 3 minutes. And welcome to the subcommittee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. As a new member of the Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee, I would like to thank Chairman Stupak and Ranking Member Walden for holding this hearing this morning. It is an honor to be named to this prestigious subcommittee. I'm pleased to be part of this important discussion on food safety and look forward to working with each of you as we move forward in the 111th Congress. Unfortunately, the Salmonella outbreak has hit my state of Oklahoma. According to the Oklahoma Department of Health, 3 adolescents contracted Salmonella due to the tainted peanut butter. One of those adolescents was from Rogers County, which borders my district. Fortunately, they are all recovered, but this serves as a reminder that we must take every precaution necessary to keep our food safe. In late 2008, the Center for Disease Control identified an outbreak of Salmonella affecting 600 people in 43 states, with the recent outbreak perhaps contributing to 8 deaths. This is an issue that affects each and every one of us, our friends and our families. It is clear that the food companies and the FDA have a shared responsibility in keeping our food supply safe and secure, and I look forward to their recommendations on how to do that in light of the recent Salmonella outbreak. Thank you in advance to our panels before us today, and my condolence to those who have lost loved ones in this unfortunate incident. I look forward to the hearing and testimony of our witnesses to get to the bottom of this incident, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Markey, member of the subcommittee, for a statement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much, and thank you so much for having this hearing. Peanut butter is a classic American food enjoyed by young and old alike, and when it is contaminated by a dangerous pathogen, it is something that sends chills through every family in America, because there are few things more American than peanut butter. Perhaps baseball, of course, but this week we learned that there, too, there was a positive test for steroids, and Salmonella poses a serious health risk as well. So this requires an ongoing effort by this Congress to ensure that in all of these areas that there is no contamination of these things that Americans take for granted as being American. Peanut butter goes well with jelly, but not with Salmonella. Peanut butter was probably half of my diet as a child. It's one of those foods that is really good for you and tastes great too. But now mothers and fathers across America are worried about Salmonella and don't know what to put in their kids' lunches. This is not good for our country. More than 1,800 food products have been recalled, including crackers, snack bars, cookies, and all sorts of other items made with peanut butter that may contain the disease-causing bacteria. Salmonella already has had an impact on hundreds of families. The FDA, under the Bush administration, failed to take steps necessary to ensure the safety of our food supply. We learned once again with this recall that mandatory authority is required. When it comes to food safety, recalls, we need mandates and not maybes. We cannot run the risk that we will see families across this country once again afflicted with this kind of a problem. The families who testify here today, and we thank you for that, represent millions of other frightened families across this country. And your story is their story. Your story represents this fear that a parent can be lost, that a child can be sickened by a product which they assume is safe because the federal government is ensuring that it is safe by putting the fear of the government into the hearts of those that produce products like peanut butter and peanut butter-related products. That did not exist, and that is why you are here today. We thank you for your courage in testifying today. I can promise you that your testimony today will result in the changes that will protect millions of families in our country. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Markey. Ms. Schakowsky for an opening statement, please.
Peanut butter. Peanut butter. Is there a kitchen that doesn't have peanut butter? Is there a lunchbox that doesn't have peanut butter sandwiches at some point? It is actually more American than apple pie.
About it, though,
But what I really find amazing is that it was known. It was known by the Peanut Corporation of America that their product was tainted with potentially life-threatening salmonella and yet released into the food stream anyway. How could that possibly happen? The only explanation is they thought, based on some reality, given the lax regulation of the last administration, that they would get away with it. I'm so sorry to the testifiers from the families that are here today that were burdened by this, afflicted by this, tortured by this, that your government failed you. And I'm grateful to the chairman for holding this hearing today so that we can set in motion those safeguards that will never let that happen again, and to hold accountable the people that made the decisions that allowed it to happen. In one of the most developed nations in the world with access to unparalleled technologies and resources, there is simply no excuse that we can offer to you that contaminated or otherwise unsafe food made it all the way to consumers and to your tables. I've been a food advocate, safety advocate since 1969 when a young group of housewives got together to get freshness dates on food. We led a little housewives campaign that has resulted in dates, expiration dates, sell-by dates being on food throughout our marketplace. And yet today we find that this could happen. So I thank the panel before us right now for being here to testify. I want to just mention that one of the laboratories, Diebel, is in my district. I've been told by the committee that they were very cooperative with the committee. I appreciate that and look forward to their testimony as well. And want to join with my other colleagues in assuring you that we will act to make your family safer from this kind of potential killer. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That concludes the opening statements of members of the subcommittee. I'd note once for the record, Mr. Barlow is here. He's a member of the full committee. Do you have an opening statement you'd like to submit?
Well, first off, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing and for allowing me to audit these proceedings as though a member. I have very little to add to what's been said before us, but I will add very little.
Very quickly, because you're not allowed to open.
It seems to me that in addition to the provisions that have been talked about before that are part of a comprehensive reform, things like mandatory recall authority, one thing we very badly need is a testing regime in the industry in which folks are required to test to know what they need to know and a mandatory contemporaneous reporting requirement so that the regulators will know what the processors know when they know it. I think that would add great teeth and great effectiveness to any mandatory recall authority, and that's why I look forward to exploring the other members on the panels later on. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. We've discussed that certification of labs and testing before, and it's part of our global bill, and love to have you on the bill. You will be allowed to ask questions later as we move on. Mr. Bishop, we already have your opening statement, a valuable member of the House. While not part of the committee, we appreciate you being here and monitoring the proceedings. And without objection, Mr. Bishop's statement will be made part of the record. As I said, that concludes our opening statement by members. I'd now like to have our first panel of witnesses to testify. First, we have Mr. Jeffrey Ulmer of Savage, Minnesota, whose 72-year-old mother, Shirley, died after eating salmonella-contaminated peanut butter at a nursing home. I should also note he has a photograph of his mother that I'm sure he'll explain to us as we move on. Mr. Lou Tuzano of Minneapolis, Minnesota, whose 78-year-old father, Clifford, died after eating salmonella-contaminated peanut butter at a nursing home. And Mr. Peter K. Hurley, a police officer from Wilsonville, Oregon, whose 3-year-old son, Jacob, was severely sickened by salmonella after eating Austin crackers. It's the policy of this subcommittee to take all testimony under oath. Please be advised that you have the right under the rules of the House to be advised by counsel during your testimony. Do you wish to be represented by counsel, gentlemen?
No.
Okay. Everyone indicates no. Then I'm going to ask you to rise and raise your right hand, take the oath. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Let the record reflect that witnesses replied in the affirmative. You are now under oath. We will begin with your opening statement. If you don't mind, Mr. Allmeyer, would you begin, please? 5 minutes opening statement. And we appreciate you all being here and coming here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for inviting me to testify today. My name is Jeff Ulmer, and I'm here today on behalf of the family of Shirley Ulmer, my mother, and as a member of STOP, Safe Tables Our Priority, a nonprofit organization that represents foodborne illness victims nationwide. My sisters, Vicki and Ginger, are also with me today. Shirley Ulmer had a lot of sisu, which in her Finnish heritage describes a person with spunk, fortitude, and determination. That's why her death on December 21st from, of all things, salmonella-contaminated peanut butter came as such a shock to our family. In May of 2007, Mom had a couple dime-sized spots of cancer diagnosed on her right lung. She decided to have it removed at the University of Minnesota and was subsequently diagnosed cancer-free. She took a family trip to Florida a year later to celebrate with her children and grandchildren, and it was such a joy to see her enjoying life after that terrible scare. Then in July 2008, she suffered a seizure and was diagnosed with a brain tumor. The prognosis was hopeful, and she was determined to do whatever it took to beat cancer for a second time. A second seizure robbed her of movement and speech capabilities. She underwent brain radiation and a gamma knife procedure. She was required to stay at the University Hospital, but fought back through rehab and regained the use of her limbs and her speech, despite the diagnosis of some doctors. It was through sheer determination and a can-do attitude she overcame all of that, never complaining. One of her wonderful rehab nurses told me she was a shining light and said she was absolutely amazed at the recovery. Mom was released in early October to recuperate with her family and was once again declared cancer-free. She made plans. She bought Christmas presents. She wanted to get another puppy. She wanted to visit her sister Mary in Arizona, and she was looking forward to being around to watch her grandchildren grow up. Unfortunately, she suffered a urinary tract infection around Thanksgiving and needed to check in short-term to a rehab care facility for treatment. Her short stay was supposed to end the Monday prior to Christmas, when she would then join the family for the holidays. She began to complain of stomach cramping and had diarrhea. There was a downward spiral from that point on. Our family was absolutely stunned to learn on the day before her scheduled release that doctors were giving her hours to live. It was very unexpected and equally hard to fathom how she could have gotten to this point. We were devastated as we ended up saying our tearful goodbyes and watching her last breaths on that Sunday. It was just after the new year that my sister Ginger was informed by the Minnesota Department of Health about the positive test for salmonella. A week before her death, she had unknowingly consumed salmonella-laced peanut butter while in her immune-compromised state of health. Cancer couldn't claim her, but peanut butter did. Now that we understood the cause of her death, our grief was replaced by anger as we struggled to accept this preventable tragedy. Our family feels cheated. My mom should be here today. Her death and the deaths of 7 others could have been so easily prevented if it were not for the greed and avarice of the Peanut Corporation of America. PCA appears to be more concerned with squeezing every dollar possible at the expense of sanitary conditions and sound food manufacturing processes. Every company needs to have a moral and ethical compass when producing the nation's food supply. In this absence, we need a cohesive regulatory system to serve as our safety net. Too often it's reactive, if at all. While they were not expecting to kill anyone, PCA now has the blood of 8 victims on their hands, along with the shattered health of a known 600 others, and they've devastated their own community with the unemployment. Their legacy is now that of a company that did what it could get away with until their shoddy practices has led to the nation's largest recall. Their behavior is criminal, in my opinion. I want to see jail time, and I want to see them serve nothing but the putrid sludge they've been troweling out. I don't believe anyone in this country buys all the protests of innocence they've been saying. Shirley Almer loved this country, but was terribly let down by a broken and ineffective food system with abysmal oversight. She was let down in the worst possible way by the very government whose responsibility it is to protect its citizens' health and safety. We cannot continue to ignore the public health threat caused by poorly regulated and contaminated foods. We cannot allow food safety to be continually underfunded and expose unsuspecting Americans to deadly pathogens. This brings up many important questions. How much time and money will end up being spent on the act of recalling over 1,000 food products? What about the lost productivity and medical expenses for the sickened? When will we have a proactive instead of a reactive system? And my last question would be, when will all these painful deaths and sickness stop being collateral damage? The government and the industry need to work together to correct a multitude of problems. I am proud to be asking for change on behalf of my mother, Shirley, and on behalf of STOP. Although this country has many important issues right now, I'm urging President Obama and the distinguished members of Congress to make the safety of our nation's food supply a priority. It's imperative that Americans trust that their health is not compromised by the food on their plate. We love you, Mom, and we miss you every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ellmeyer. Mr. Tusnell, your opening statement, please. If you want to submit a longer statement for the record, it'll be included. But if you would, please, Mr. Tusnell.
Before I begin, Mr. Chairman, could you please start the video over here to my left, please? Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my father was a highly decorated Korean War veteran. He fought in many difficult battles in his years in Korea and was awarded 3 Purple Hearts for his valor. He faithfully served his country for over 22 years, and he loved every minute of it. The only thing that he loved more was his family. He was a proud father of 6, Paul, with me here today, Marshall, Susan, Calvin, Jane, and myself. As you can see by those photos, he loved spending time with his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren. He had 15 grandchildren and 14 great-grandchildren. But he was a man that was physically and psychologically scarred from Korea. And early on, it was difficult for our family. But like most battles in his life, he overcame it. So much so that he became one of the most generous men that many had known. The night of his funeral, I was having a conversation with my brother-in-law, Dan Herrick, also with me today. And he shared a story with me of when he and my sister were first married. Like most young married couples, times were tight back then. And my father knew that. And he would invite him over, make up a story, saying, my car starters won't work right. Something's wrong with the brakes, something's wrong with the door. Come on over and take a look at it. And he would always give Dan and my sister Jane a little something for the trouble of coming over. He helped a lot of us through the years, including his own parents when he joined the Army as a teenager. He sent money back home because times were tight then as well. As long as he had a few dollars in his pocket, he was more than willing to help anyone. His final battle occurred in December of 2008 when he ate some contaminated peanut butter from PCA. He suffered for weeks until he finally died on January 12th, 2009. He had just entered a full-time health care facility in Brainerd, Minnesota a month earlier. He had few goals left in life except for one. He wanted to live to be older than his father. He wanted to live to be 80 years old. He was 78 when he died, a year and a half too early. We can't be certain of how many years Dad was robbed of. And because of the way he died, because of all the media attention, our grieving process has been different than most. We should not be sitting here in front of you today, any of us. We can no longer pick up the phone and ask him what game he's watching today. My nieces and nephews can no longer crawl over Grandpa and have their photos taken with them. My brother Marshall and my sister-in-law Ann, who were fortunate enough to spend the last 3.5 years with him, can no longer go to his house daily and just check in and see how he's doing. My brother Paul, who spoke with him frequently, can no longer call him, just when he feels like it. He has trouble sleeping at night now. Not just because we lost our father, but the senseless way that this happened. What happened to our father, the 7 other families like the Elmers, the over 600 others sickened like the Hurleys, is not new. Over the years, there have been hundreds of similar outbreaks and other heartbreaking stories. Why has this been allowed to happen? 2 years ago, the Peter Pan outbreak affected more than 600 people in 47 states. 2 years later, here we are again, asking for change. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, how can we truly be leaders of the free world if we can't keep our own citizens safe from the food that we eat every single day? We have a blind faith that when we go to a grocery store, the food there is also safe. It clearly is not. Do not let the death of my father, the 7 others, and the 100 sickened be in vain. Please do your job. Do not let us be back here next year or the year after experiencing the same thing. Companies like PCA and Mr. Parnell, who make our food should have rules that they live by. Companies should be inspected more than once every 5 years. Companies should not be allowed to shop around for lab results. Companies like King Nut should not be allowed to slap a label on their product they receive from a factory that they know nothing about, never visited, nor even ever inspected once. The FDA should also have the right to recall contaminated food themselves and not wait for companies to do so on their own. We can't allow the number of FDA inspectors and inspections to continue to decline. My father was a good man. He faithfully served his country. The system that was set up to protect all of us here today has failed. My father died because he ate peanut butter.
Thank you, Ms. Tisno. Mr. Hurley, your testimony, please.
Good morning, Congressmen, Congresswomen, and committee members. My name is Peter Hurley. My wife, Brandy, and I are parents of 3 children, Lauren, 5, Jacob, 3, Alyssa, 8 months. I'm a police officer in Portland, Oregon, and my wife is a marketing manager. Our whole family, baby and all, have traveled from Oregon to Washington, D.C. to testify before you regarding the Salmonella outbreak that has affected us, as well as hundreds, if not more likely, thousands of fellow Americans. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the 8 families who have lost loved ones. 8 people have died due to PCA's willful negligence. We were just lucky. It could have been very different for us. We made this journey to appear before you because we felt it important enough for you to hear our story of how the Peanut Corporation of America poisoned our son. We want you to hear how Jacob and a PCA-supplied product are genetically linked in hopes that you will take action to protect our food supply. Jacob's story began with him becoming ill with diarrhea and vomiting in early January. He was sallow, lethargic, and probably had a fever that we missed. In a few days, he began to have blood in his diarrhea. We took him to the pediatrician. A few days later, the pediatrician called to let us know that the lab results had come back and that Jacob had Salmonella poisoning. At this point, we did not know how Jacob got the poisoning, and because of that, we did not know how to protect the rest of the family. All we knew was that 5 or 6 people had already died in a new Salmonella outbreak. At that time, only King Nut peanut butter, a PCA product, was listed as a source, which we did not have. What had we unknowingly given him that had given him Salmonella poisoning? As Jacob's diarrhea continued, my wife was given the okay from our pediatrician's office for Jacob to eat his favorite comfort food, Austin Toasty crackers with peanut butter. The very food that we later found was the cause of his poisoning. So here we have a boy who's trying to get over food poisoning, and one of the foods that would seem safe, even to the people in the pediatric medical community, is the exact product that is continuing to poison him. A week later, Dr. Bill Keene from Oregon's Office of Disease Prevention and Epidemiology came to our house at 5 o'clock on a Saturday night. As a friend said, this is like having the head of the FBI coming out to take fingerprints. On that Saturday night, Dr. Keene took custody of our supply of Austin Toasty crackers with peanut butter, manufactured by Kellogg's with a PCA product. 1 week later, Dr. Keene called us to say that Jacob and the crackers he had taken from our house had an exact DNA subtype match for Salmonella. 3 out of the 6 packages of crackers he tested were positive, and that was all that we had left. The issue is no longer what had we done unknowingly, but what had PCA done knowingly. Jacob continued to have diarrhea for 11 days. We had to be extremely vigilant to ensure that there was never any cross-contamination between Jacob and Alyssa, our 7-month-old. If Alyssa had come down with Salmonella poisoning, there is a good chance that we would be one of the families who had lost a loved one due to PCA's willful negligence. I have read the FDA's most recent report. This was not an accident. It sickens me to no end that a company and its employees could knowingly allow a tainted product to go out the door and into the nation's food supply. Does no one have a conscience anymore? People would be in utter outrage if they heard of a police officer putting a loaded gun to someone's head, pulling the trigger, and then in the horrific aftermath say, "I was just hoping that the bullet in the chamber wouldn't fire." We, the United States, are the first world. Have we fallen to second world food status for our food safety? As the woman taking care of our dog while we are here in D.C. said, even my dog is not safe. What is this, China? Where do we go from here? We need to have a faster 911-oriented medical response for food contamination in order to prevent further innocent victims. We need FDA inspectors out there with the authority to stop production immediately when there is a problem. We need the FDA to have the ability to criminally prosecute quickly and effectively. Oregon has the dubious distinction of suffering the first ever domestic terrorism in the United States. It was carried out by the Rajneeshis in the 1980s. They sprayed a salad bar in the Dalles, Oregon with salmonella. If a small group of religious fanatics in Oregon could pull it off, who else could? None of us should be so naive as to think that Al-Qaeda could not easily taint our food supply. If the very well-funded Al-Qaeda could put its mind to it, I shudder to think of what could happen to this country when people do not know where to turn to find safe, uncontaminated food. The panic, pandemonium, and lawlessness would be horrific. I will leave you with my favorite quote by the 19th century author and poet, philosopher, Johann Wolfgang Goethe. Few men have imagination enough for reality. On behalf of all Americans, my whole family, Jake and I ask you to please have imagination enough to think of the worst case scenario and to work to protect against it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to this panel for not only being here, but also sharing your story and your video to put a human face on this latest recall we have. I'd like to express my condolences to you, Mr. Altmeyer, and you, Mr. Tusnall, and Mr. Hurley. We're glad that Jacob's doing better, and it's good to have your whole family here. Thank you for being here. As family members and victims of this outbreak, I'm sure that you have asked yourself the same questions I've asked myself. What was this company thinking releasing tainted product to the public? During our investigation, the committee requested and received internal emails from PCA relating to the outbreak and past testing for salmonella. I'd like to ask you about some of these documents. Mr. Hurley, right in front of you there is the book, this document book. Let me ask you this. On October 6th, it's tab number 43, if you want to open it up there, tab number 43. On October 6, 2008, Stuart Parnell, president of the Peanut Corporation of America, responded to news from Sam Lightsley, the manager of PCA's plant in Blakely, Georgia. As tab 43 says, Mr. Lightsey had informed Mr. Parnell, quote, "We've received final lab results from Diebold this morning, and we have a positive for salmonella." Mr. Parnell's response was as follows. And again, it's found there in tab 43, and it's on the board. We need to discuss this. The time lapse, besides the cost, is costing us huge, and there's dollar signs, and causing obviously a huge lapse in time from the time we pick up peanuts until the time we can invoice. And in there you see there's $5 signs. Let me ask each of you, what's your reaction to this company responding to positive salmonella testing with concern about its own financial well-being? Mr. Hurley, you want to start?
Not to sound trite or overly confident, but as a police officer, I can unequivocally say that it's criminal.
Mr. Tusno?
An act that is this egregious, I completely agree with Mr. Hurley. I mean, this is a completely criminal act that, in essence, he was really playing Russian roulette with children and the elderly when he sent this peanut butter out.
Mr. Altmeyer, care to comment?
When I came here today, I didn't think I could possibly get more outraged than I already am about how this happened. But I have to tell you, it's reached another level after seeing emails and comments from Mr. Parnell. No excuses.
Well, tab 46, there's another tab and there's another email. And let me just, there are other facts and emails the committee has uncovered, but you indicated a criminal, that it was criminal, Mr. Hurley, being a former police officer myself, and and identifying with you, Justice Department is doing their investigation. There are certain things that our committee could and could not go to or bring out at this time. So I want to assure all of you that there still is a criminal investigation going on. You also mentioned about your dog and to consider they're taking care of it. What are we, China? Well, 2006, some of those peanuts that were positive came from China. So it is a global problem.
It is.
But let me ask you this, number 46, tab 46, one more if there. Even after several weeks into this outbreak, Mr. Parnell is asking the FDA whether it could use peanuts from its plants. Here's what they wrote to the FDA, and again, obviously we're not shipping any peanut butter products affected by the recall, but desperately at least need to turn the raw peanuts on our floor into money. So we have at least 2 emails here in which Mr. Parnell reacts to the outbreak by worrying about how much money it's costing him. Any comments on that? Mr. Hurley?
Narcissistic, I would say, maybe.
Okay. Mr. Tuzno?
I'm at a loss, personally. I mean, I just can't see how anyone could run a business and be a member of a community and maybe even belong to a church in that community and be making decisions not only like this, but also putting jobs in that community at risk as well in a very, very tight environment like this too.
Mr. Elmeyer?
I would expect that if you're making food, you would want to eat that food that you're producing. And I don't believe that Mr. Parnell would actually want to eat this product if he's producing food in that manner.
Well, thank you. And again, let me thank you for coming here and sharing your stories. I know it's difficult, but we need to have the human face because people have to see. They just think we just have these hearings, but there's a reason for these hearings. That's so people see what happens when, frankly, a number of people let us down, but including our own government. So that concludes my 5 minutes for questioning. Mr. Walden for questions. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As we've said here, I've been updated that now in Oregon we have 12 lab-confirmed reports of salmonella. And also, as I referenced in my comments, they now have confirmed the dog and the dog biscuits from the household were positive as well. So, Mr. Hurley, I believe it was you who said somebody's watching your dog. We now know that it's there as well. I wonder if Mr. Parnell is in the audience. Mr. Parnell in the audience? You know, I would think that the least he could have done was be here to hear your comments and to hear about your loved ones, like a victim impact panel, because that's really what this is today. Mr. Ulmer, I'll be asking Mr. Parnell, as I mentioned in my opening statements, and I appreciated the comment about Russian roulette, because that's really what this is about, is which of these would he eat and his company, because they sure put it out there for your mother and your father and Mr. Hurley, your son, and all the rest of us to consume. And I wonder if he'll take the top off. We're going to give him that opportunity. Mr. Hurley, from your written testimony, it seems like you were pleased with the state of Oregon's response to your son's illness. Can you tell me what Oregon did that was helpful to you and that may serve as a model for other states? What out of that experience can you share with us?
At the time when Dr. Keene came to our house, I was unfamiliar with his rank and status and
as the state epidemiologist.
As the state epidemiologist,
number one guy.
exactly. Mm-hmm. And since then, I've learned, as my friend said, it is kind of, in terms of rank, like having the director of the FBI come by to just take latent fingerprints. What he did, though, is unique for the whole country, and that is that Jake is the only person in the whole country where you have a DNA link between the product, the Austin peanut butter crackers, and his lab samples. Sorry for the crassness, but his lab fecal samples.
Sure.
And that it is an exact DNA match. So they know that the peanut butter crackers that he ate that went through his system is what made him sick. And Jake's the only one in the whole country, and that's because Dr. Keene came to our house at 5 p.m. on a Saturday night on his own time while running errands because he was concerned enough about where this was going and what was happening that he then took those samples, sent them off to the lab, and he said that the lab spent lots of time and lots of hours and money on it to find that link. And with that kind of a link, then they had a batch number and a processing number that they were able to contact Keebler with directly.
And as far as you know, that wasn't done anywhere else in the country?
To this date, when I spoke to him last on Friday, I believe it was, and at that time nobody else had any direct links. And as he said, most states don't have the manpower or money to do that. And also, it seems as if most state epidemiologists, they know that people have gotten sick because they get that from the county health records, and then they work for, on the other side, looking at the lab results of product out there or voluntary lab results, but they don't put the two and two together by looking for product at its location.
I would say, too, as my staff was collecting this assortment of products that are on the recall list, we ran into, even in some of their homes, items that are on that list that, frankly, they thought had already been thrown out, destroyed, whatever. And sort of beyond this hearing, but in real time, people may still have products at home that should be destroyed. And as we were chatting here, just the breadth, the scope of the items that are out there. What would you, I mean, you suffered, well, Jacob suffered through this certainly as a parent, and I, like you, am a parent. What should we be telling people across the country today about this?
I don't know what we should be telling them, but I do know that one of the tough things has been getting all the products off the shelves. I know that locally in Oregon there was a story done where they went to some small local markets where people weren't getting their product directly from a supplier. They were going out and purchasing themselves, a small mini mart kind of situation, with lots and lots and lots of products on the shelf. And how do you get that word out when it's voluntary? There's no system in place to get the word out to all these retailers of all these different products.
Did you do searches online looking for products once you started down this process? I mean,
no,
what else?
we gave up our supply of peanut butter crackers to the doctor, and after that, as he said, just don't eat anything with peanuts in it or any peanut products until we know more down the road. And so, we've got stuff still in our pantry, but it's sitting there waiting to kind of see how this develops, because I know it'll be a little bit longer.
Yeah, I guess that's the concern, is everything in the pantry. And it's amazing to me how much what we consume has some peanut or peanut paste or something in it that may well be on this list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Herb.
Thank you. Just want to let you know, as of last night, Republican cloakroom still had Keebler peanut butter crackers in there. Mr. Shimkus brought it to our attention, and I think we got it out of your cloakroom.
Yeah, they're supplied by the Democrats in a continuing conspiracy.
Just trying to help. Ms. Christensen, for questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you and your families for being here this morning and for sharing these painful stories with us. Do you have any concerns about the speed with which the outbreak was linked to peanut butter by public health officials? We've focused a lot on the company itself, but I want to just turn the focus to our response as a government.
I'd like to add that my mom ate the peanut butter sometime in mid-December, and the Salmonella outbreak was known about in early September. So the time it took to find out the cause could have prevented a lot more of the problems that happened.
I just have another question that either of you could answer, or all of you. I'll preface it by saying that as a physician, I used to do drug testing on ships coming into port and so forth with the people that work there, and I had to ascertain by temperature that this person gave me the sample, and I had to be responsible for the chain as it went from the ship to the lab. So I have a lot of concerns about the second lab test, whether the second samples were from the same batch, and especially with positive tests going back to 2007. Do you think it's good enough for the company themselves to be the ones collecting, contracting for the testing and reporting the results? Shouldn't that be fixed?
Well, I think clearly in this case that is definitely the key. I mean, clearly the company could not be trusted to do it on their own. Now, I know that there are probably a lot of companies that are running an ethical business, but unfortunately we have to worry about the ones that are not. And we have to have a process in place that allows us to be in charge of that.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for this panel, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Mr. Deal, for questions, please, 5 minutes.
Well, I too express my sympathy to all of you for the loss of your family members and certainly the trouble that your young son has undergone. We've heard Mr. Hurley talk about his interaction with his state epidemiologist. Would the other two of you elaborate on any contact you may have had with health authorities? For example, did any of you get contacted by the CDC, et cetera?
My brother, actually Marshall, was contacted by the state of Minnesota, and we found out, it was about, I want to say about a week after the fact, after my father died, or maybe a few days after he died, that indeed he did have salmonella, and they actually found it in his blood.
Mm-hmm. It was about 2 weeks after my mother died that my sister Ginger received a call from the Minnesota Department of Health asking if we had brought in any kind of food from the outside. Had she eaten chicken? Had she eaten peanut butter? And it was my sister who remembered she had served my mother peanut butter toast a few times. That really became a huge key to finding out. Actually, I've heard the Minnesota Department of Health was very instrumental in finding the very source of this outbreak, and we were told by them that my mother's death was key to the whole thing.
Okay. Well, I think the reason for this oversight and investigation hearing is to find out how we can best plug the loopholes and close the gaps so that hopefully we will not see a repeat of this kind of situation in the future. And we thank you all for taking the time and going to the expense of being here today. And with our assurances that I'm sure our chairman and other members of this committee will follow through to try to make sure we can do the best we can from our end to make sure it doesn't repeat itself. Thank you all for being here. I yield back.
Ms. Sutton, for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all so much for your testimony, for coming here to dispel any notion that your loved ones are acceptable collateral damage or some sort of statistic, as opposed to real people with real families who are suffering because of actions that have been taking place. If I may, I'd like to show you some new information that the subcommittee received and get your response to it. I have a statement from Michelle Pronto, and I believe it's at tab 10 there. Ms. Pronto works for J. Leak Associates, which is one of the private labs PCA used to test salmonella. She manages the microbiology lab there. The subcommittee spoke with Ms. Pronto, and she agreed to provide a written statement, which I asked to be placed into the record.
Without objection.
Ms. Pronto explains in her statement that in October of last year, her lab found salmonella in PCA's peanut products. She reported this positive finding to Sam Lightsey, who is the plant manager, as we know, in Georgia, and this is how she described their conversation. She stated, quote, "When I called Mr. Lightsey in early October 2008 to give the serology reports that JLA had obtained from Dibel Lab for the confirmed salmonella, he paused and said, uh-oh, we saw this a little or something to that effect, and then told me he had released the product for shipping. When I asked if he could get it back, he said it was on a truck heading to Utah, end quote. Now, you guys saw that earlier, and let me ask you, any of you, is there anything you'd like to say in response when you hear this statement from the plant manager and that he shipped the product without even waiting to get the results of the salmonella test?
I'd like to add, I know that trucks can be stopped, doors can be opened, product can be taken out, or the truck can be just turned right around. It costs more money, sure, but it's easy to do.
Anybody else?
I would concur. That's absolutely ludicrous.
Okay. And let me share something else that Ms. Pronto had to say. She said, quote, during a phone conversation in August 2008, Sammy Lightsey of PCA informed me that the Albany, Georgia JLA lab was reporting higher aerobic plate count, those are APC results, and higher coliform results than another lab he apparently used. Then she said this, quote, I received an email on 9/10/08, September 10th of 08, from JLA employee Stephanie Fletcher stating that she was told by QC manager, quality control manager of PCA, that PCA was no longer going to send us samples. Finally, she said this, quote, I called Mr. Lightsey to follow up on the recent discussion regarding the confirmed positive, and he confirmed that because of the high coliform results, they were going to send samples to a different lab, end quote. So this lab official certainly seems to be saying that when PCA didn't like the positive test results, it just took its business elsewhere. So what is your opinion? And I could guess, but I don't think anyone could say it better than you. What is your opinion of a business that engages in activity like this?
I think, unfortunately, that this is an example of why we can't trust self-checking or self-regulation. And I think this is the example of why our food supply is not safe.
You can't have lab shopping. You can't have lab shopping going on to find your best results.
It's just a complete conflict of interest. They're the ones who do not benefit by the negative results or positive results, whatever they may be. They can't shop around.
Again, I thank you very much for your testimony, and I am so very sorry for your loss.
Following up on the last question, if I may, with your 30 seconds, do you think any lab results from any food producer should automatically be sent not only to the producer of that food, but also to the FDA simultaneously? Goes to each place? Any objection to that? I need yes or no. You can't.
No objection, and I actually would have just been under the assumption that that's how the process already was.
Yeah, it's not the way it goes. It's part of our legislation. Thank you. Mr. Dingree, for questions, please, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I've already expressed my condolences to the family, and I will repeat that now. I know this is a painful experience for all the family members, as we can see in your faces as you give your testimony. I guess the main question that I want to ask you, because we will have the 2 subsequent panels. Hopefully, the second panel will respond to our questions, but it's likely, as I said in my opening statement, that they will not. But of course, the third panel is a very important panel. So I guess my question to each of you is, what would you want us to ask them? And when I say them, I'm talking about the FDA, I'm talking about the CDC, I'm talking about USDA, United States Department of Agriculture. I'm talking about the Department of Agriculture in the respective states. All 50 have one, and the health departments. And so if you could maybe tell me ahead of time what to ask, I'll be glad to do that when we have that opportunity. So any one of the 3 of you.
I'd like to respond and say, ask them why anyone would not want to have mandatory recalls Why do we leave it up to the companies to decide when they're going to recall their product? That's an important part. I guess that would be my main question. Thank you.
I'm not sure that you were asking the question maybe down this line, but I think the question that I have is, why does the FDA not already have this authority? Why do they not have the ability to recall these items themselves? And secondly is a budgetary issue. Why are there inspectors and number of inspections continuing to decline? Who's in charge of the budget? Because if you think about people's main concern, it's safety of food. Foremost, we have to be able to eat. This is just as important as the economy is right now.
No comment.
Well, I thank you, gentlemen, and again, I think that we on the committee are very appreciative of you coming and testifying, as painful as it is. I don't know if you are aware, but on this committee, on both sides of the aisle, we probably have 3 MDs. We have a registered nurse. We have a clinical psychologist, and we have some experts that have been on the committee for a long time, the chairman and ranking member, in regard to these health care issues. So it's something that certainly has got our attention, and obviously we plan to do everything we can to try to close that weak link in the chain, because as I said, it's only as strong as the weakest link, and obviously there's a problem, and we thank you so much for being here.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll be glad to yield to the ranking member.
I think it's important to point out that it's already against the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act law to knowingly ship product that tests positive. That's the amazing thing here. Everything we have, it would appear they knew it was positive. You get a positive hit on a salmonella test, you're supposed to destroy the product. They may test again to figure out in their process where they're having this contamination. That's a different deal, but you're not supposed to ship it out for consumption. And that's what's outrageous here. So I just say that piece already in the law. Obviously, the inspection piece and some of these other things need to be dealt with, but it's just stunning. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, if I have any remaining time, I yield back.
Chair, let me use 45 seconds of your remaining time. Even subpoena power, I've been trying to get the FDA to have subpoena power for 12 years, and they keep denying us, saying they don't need it. A great example where you need subpoena power. Ms. DeGette?
Thank you. Well, okay, let's talk about subpoena power. Let's talk about the criminal laws. But these companies don't even have to produce their records to the FDA if they have these tests for salmonella. And in the previous peanut contamination hearing we had with ConAgra, what happened was they had, it wasn't as blatantly criminal as this case, but what happened in that case was they had water dripping down, and they had all kinds of records that showed this, and then they had the FDA inspectors come to the factory, but the company made this decision not to produce the records because the record showed that there was a problem. And so while it's true that it's a criminal activity, and while it's also true that the FDA could use subpoena authority, it would be pretty simple for Congress to pass a law, and in fact, I think it's in Mr. Dingell's bill, to say that that it's also a requirement that they produce this information when they have a test that shows negative, that they produce it to the FDA and put some criminal penalties in place. And I'm sure all of you gentlemen would agree with that too. You know, I don't really have any questions. I just sit here and I feel sick at heart when I hear you talk about your families. And Mr. Hurley, when I see your little kids, you know, I have 2 girls myself, so I feel sick in hearing about your parents. And what makes me so sick, as I said in my opening statement, is I've been sitting here for 12 years listening to this. So I guess what I'll say is I want to echo what all of you said. It shouldn't be that hard for the most sophisticated country in the world to put a system in place that requires them to provide the documents when they see a problem, that requires or that gives the FDA mandatory recall authority, which, by the way, would act, I think, to light a fire under these companies if they knew that there was mandatory recall authority and they couldn't mess around. And then, as I mentioned in my opening statement, traceability, so that what happened in Oregon could happen in all the states, where if you had mechanisms in place that were interoperable, then you found salmonella in a little kid in Oregon, you could rapidly work throughout the United States to figure out the source of that salmonella and to recall all those food products. And if that happened, I don't think we would have lost Mr. Almer and Mr. Toussaint's parents, because we knew about that salmonella several months in advance. So I will make a commitment to you, as someone who has worked on this for years, along with Mr. Stupak, Mr. Dingell, Mr. Waxman, our friends on the other side of the aisle. We're going to do this, and I hope we'll do it this year, because I don't want to be back here in 6 months. Neither do you, Mr. Walden or Mr. Gingrich, any of you guys. We've just sat here too long listening to this, and we can fix it. I've got some legislation. We've got comprehensive legislation. We need to figure out, shall we move this one bill at a time? We could do my mandatory recall bill on the suspension calendar next week. Mr. Walden would agree. I'll bet you Mr. Barton would agree, and we can do comprehensive food safety. We've been working on it for a long time. So I'll just make the commitment to you. We're going to do this, and we're going to do this in your loved ones' memories, okay? And I'll yield back.
I can go ahead if you want.
All right. I recognize Mr. Burgess for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And it does seem like deja vu all over again, to quote a great American. Mr. Walden is exactly correct, and we've dealt with a lot of these things repetitively, and all of the issues with notification, all of the issues with recall, all of the issues with the failure of the kill step to take the bacteria off the exterior of the peanut. Those are all very important, but if you've got a criminal mind at the back of it running the operation, it's just hard to know how you deal with that asymmetric threat. We know that through multiple hearings, as I referenced in my opening statement, we've beat on the FDA till it's a wonder there's anything left of them. They need better systems in place. We need to fund them better. We recognize that through hearing after hearing after hearing last Congress. We haven't even done our appropriations from last year yet. Those are due to come up in an omnibus bill in March, so they need more money, and we know that. We've been slow to respond. But still, at the baseline, if you've got that asymmetric threat of a criminal mind, all of these things are very, very difficult to prevent. The preventable if you've got someone who's willfully ignoring the rules, and not just ignoring the rules, purposely working against you. Dr. Gingrich correct. You do have 3 physicians on this subcommittee. You've got a clinical psychologist and a nurse. After today's hearing, we may need the clinical psychologist as well as the nurse. I'm not sure if the doctors are going to do you any good, but let me just ask you, being a physician myself, and I'd like to ask each of you the same question generally, and Mr. Deal got to it a little bit, but this can be a difficult diagnosis, even though the clinical symptoms present themselves, and we're talking about salmonella, and it seems very obvious to link the clinical symptoms with the ultimate diagnosis. But like Mr. Almer, in your situation, was the diagnosis, correct diagnosis, do the doctors have that in order to timely offer treatment, or was this something that was established after the fact?
We actually thought she had died from pneumonia, and we found out 2 weeks later that that wasn't even on the death certificate, and we were given notice by the Department of Health of the salmonella positive test. That was our first notice of it.
And there is some time lag in normal clinical circumstances between submitting a sample and getting a test result back, whether it's positive or negative. So is that in fact what occurred during that time interval, or was this something in fact that was discovered completely after the fact?
From what I'm told, somebody was doing their due diligence at the facility, and they noticed they had some, patients with diarrhea, and sent the stool samples for testing, and my mother's was one of those.
So there were actually more people in the facility who were affected?
There are actually, my sister lives up in the Brainerd community where 3 of the people have died. There actually are 2 others that may also die of salmonella at this time.
Well, just for my curiosity, were any diagnoses made in time to offer treatment? Because salmonella is treatable. Oftentimes the other underlying conditions can make it impossible, but the organism itself is one that we can generally get if we've got the knowledge.
There was some treatment, possible sepsis, blood infection, which is common, I guess, with salmonella, but I don't think any of us knew, or the facilities knew, that my mother had salmonella at that time, so she was already gone before anyone knew.
Okay, so to the best of your knowledge, no one received lab results in a timely fashion that would have allowed treatment to stop the disease?
No, to the best of my knowledge, no.
Yes, sir. And in your case with your dad?
I'm sorry?
I can't see, and I'm going to mess up your name anyway, but I can't see your nameplate.
Sure.
Mr. Tosignon?
Mr. Tuzino, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm sorry. In your situation, was a diagnosis established before your dad died?
To the best of my knowledge, no. I believe it was, like I mentioned earlier, a few days to a week later.
And again, very, very difficult for the caregivers involved because they're doing their best. And in your dad's situation, a bloodborne infection, which obviously would be a good deal more aggressive. And then, Mr. Hurley, in your situation, the epidemiologist came to the house, but prior to that level of involvement, did your son's caregivers have an idea, your son's physicians have an idea of what that his symptoms clinically might tip off the diagnosis of salmonella?
Nothing was mentioned to us in the beginning, and actually the samples were given on a Wednesday. On Friday, the pediatric nurse called and said, well, so far things look good. And then it was the next day, on Saturday or Sunday, that the doctor called from home to let us know. Because
And then it was that result that led the epidemiologist to come to your home to collect the samples?
Correct. First it went to the county. A couple days later got a call from the county health. And then a couple days later got a call from the state epidemiology office, answered some questions over the phone, because then things were really starting to move along nationally in terms of PCA. And so then when he found out that even while he was sick, that he was eating the peanut butter crackers, he's like, can I come over in a couple hours?
Okay, but of course your son was under active care from a pediatrician or infectious disease specialist during the course of his illness?
No, I mean they told us what the illness was. Basically, we just treated for, just made sure he had plenty of fluids. And
so it was symptomatic treatment.
Right, symptomatic treatment, but no, he was not in a hospital.
Okay. Well, again, it just underscores it. It is a difficult diagnosis in a clinical setting, and then obviously made much more difficult by the criminal minds behind this enterprise. So again, just like every other member of the committee, our condolences on your loss, and thank you for spending so much time with us this morning. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Schakowsky for questions, please.
It's not so much a question unless you want to respond to it, but I do want to be sure and get on the record. And I'm wondering, is Mr. Parnell here yet? It's about to be on the next panel, I guess. There's on tab 4 a couple of emails that I just can't get over. On June 6th, 2008, a PCA employee sent an email to Stuart Parnell alerting him that their product may have salmonella. If you look at that, you see it says lot number put on hold, exclamation points. I just spoke with Stephanie with JKA, the private laboratory. This lot is presumptive salmonella in caps, and a total of 15 exclamation points in these 2 sentences alone. Now, to any normal person, this would be a red flag, and the alarms would go off, and you'd realize this is serious. I'm sure everyone would agree with that. So here's the email that Mr. Parnell sent in response. Later in the day, he wrote, "I go through this about once a week. I will hold my breath again. I will hold my breath again," unquote. So, I mean, how is anyone to react to the incredible disregard of this urgent email? It's just absolutely beyond me. I don't know if any of you can put this into words, and certainly we'd welcome your words on the record. Mr. Tucson, or did you want to?
When this first happened, I think for a couple of my brothers and sisters and I, we wanted to believe that this somehow was really just an accident, that something happened with one of the companies, that somehow this got into the food. And as we've gone along in this process of discovery and learning more information as each day goes on, it just baffles me, and I know it probably baffles every single one of us up here today, and in our families and the others in the country, that this is affected, that any one person can make a decision like this so consistently and so blatant.
I also want to say that I understand if you feel angry at us as well, because as Congresswoman DeGette said, we've been here before. And again, as others have, I just want to make a commitment that we are definitely going to create the systems, act quickly, so that hopefully we put in place the assurances that you're the last panel of people suffering from this that have to come before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeGette. Let me thank this panel again. I think that concludes everybody's questions. So with this, Mr. Hurley, your family asked when we were going to let you go. You're free to go. If you want to stay for the rest of this hearing, you can. Mr. Tisdall, Mr. Ulmer, if you'd like to, you can. But thank you for being here, and thank you for putting a face on it, on the tragedy that families are feeling across this country. So thank you very much for your testimony. The clerk wants to clear that table there, and then we'll start with our second panel of witnesses. Our second panel of witnesses come forward. On our second panel, we have Mr. Stuart Parnell, who is president of Peanut Corporation of America, and Mr. Sammy Lightsley, plant manager at Peanut Corporation of America, Blakely, Georgia facility. Can we have that door shut back there, please? All right, it's the policy of the subcommittee to take all testimony under oath. Please be advised, gentlemen, that witnesses have the right under the rules of the House to be advised by counsel during their testimony. Do you wish to be represented or advised by counsel? Mr. Lightsley? No? Mr. Parnell? Okay, I ask you to state the name of your counsel then who will be advising. Your counsel cannot testify but can advise you, and before you answer a question, if you want to consult with them before you answer it, you're allowed to underneath the rules of the House. So who would your counsel be, sir? Bill? Turn your mic on there. There's the button should go on there a little.
Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly, okay. And Mr. O'Reilly, you're right here then, right? Okay. Mr. Lightsley? Hey, hit your mic. Right there, a little button there. Okay, Mr. O'Reilly, going to be your counsel too?
No, Jim Parkman.
Jim?
Parkman.
Parkman, okay. Mr. Parkman, raise your hand just so we know who you are. Okay, very good. Same applies to you. If you want, before you answer any questions, you want to consult with your counsel, you're right to do so. Okay. All right, so I'm going to ask you both to rise and raise your right hand and take the oath. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth, the matter pending before the subcommittee. Let the record reflect the witnesses replied in the affirmative. You are now under oath. You will have 5 minutes for an opening statement, or you may submit a longer statement for inclusion in the hearing record. Mr. Lightsley, do you have an opening statement?
No, I do not.
Mr. Parnell? Okay. Then we're going to go right to questions, and members have 5 minutes for questions. And I'll begin. Mr. Parnell, I want to ask you about an email you sent to your employees at the Peanut Corporation on January 12, 2009, after public health officials found salmonella in peanut butter from your plant in Georgia. Right in front of you right there is our binder tab. It's tab number 44 if you care to look at it. In particular, I want to ask you about the following statement you made in that email. You said, "We do not believe the salmonella came from our facility. As you probably know, we send hourly PB samples to an independent lab to test for salmonella during production of peanut butter, and we have never found any salmonella at all." Mr. Parnell, during its investigation, FDA found on 12 separate occasions between June 2007 and September 2008, peanut products produced by PCA and tested by private labs were found to be contaminated with salmonella. On 6 of these occasions, the FDA found that you had already shipped the product and that you conducted no subsequent testing. So your statement that, quote, "you never found any salmonella at all," end of quote, does not appear to be true. So here's my question, and I remind you you're under oath. Mr. Parnell, did you or any officials at the Peanut Corporation of America ever place food products into the interstate commerce that you knew to be contaminated with salmonella?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, on the advice of my counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question based on the protection afforded me under the United States Constitution.
Okay, Mr. Parnell, let me ask you this. In the last panel, and you heard the last panel testify, did you not?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, on the advice of my counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question based on the protection afforded me under the United States Constitution.
Okay, I just asked you if you heard the other panel.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, on the advice of my counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question based on the protection afforded me under the United States Constitution.
Okay, well then let me ask you this question then, Mr. Parnell. The other panel, we talked a little bit about money and some of the emails and statements attributed to you about the cost of business, how not moving product was hurting you, hurting your business, and that actually you deal with salmonella, again from the emails, once a week. So the food poisoning of people, is that just the cost of doing business for your company?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, on the advice of my counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question based on the protection afforded me under the United States Constitution.
Mr. Walden, I believe you had a question you had alluded to earlier. Would you like to ask that question?
I would, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Parnell, Mr. Lightsey, let me just cut to the chase then. In this container are products that have your ingredients in them.
some of which were on the recall list, some of which are probably contaminated. It seems like from what we've read, you were willing to send out that peanut base went into these ingredients. And I just wonder, do either of you be willing to take the lid off and eat any of these products now? Like the people who on the panel ahead of you, their relatives, their loved ones did?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, on the advice of my counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question based on the protection afforded me under the United States Constitution.
Mr. Lightsey?
At this time, on advice of counsel, I exercise my rights, Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Mr. Parnell, is it your intent to refuse to answer all of our questions today based on your right against self-incrimination afforded to you under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution?
Yes.
Mr. Lightsey, is it your intention to refuse to answer all our questions today based on the right against self-incrimination afforded to you under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution?
Yes.
All right, then I have no choice but to, both of you are dismissed at this time. You're subject to the right of the subcommittee to recall you at a later time and date if necessary. You're dismissed. I don't take breaks. I would now like to call our third panel of witnesses to come forward. On our third panel, we have Dr. Stephen Sunloff, who is a director of the Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition at the Food and Drug Administration. Mr. Oscar Garrison, who is the Assistant Commissioner in the Consumer Protection Division at the Georgia Department of Agriculture. Ms. Darlene Cowart, who is the President of J. Leak Associates Incorporated, JLA. And Mr. Charles Diebel, who is President of Diebel Laboratories. It's the policy of this subcommittee to take all testimony under oath. Please be advised that you have the right, under the rules of the House, to be advised by counsel during your testimony. Do any of you wish to be advised by counsel during your testimony? Ms. Cowart?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have counsel present today, and I do wish to be represented, please.
Okay, what counsel's name is?
Mr. Evans Plowden and his associates.
Okay, I'll have you, if you want to consult with them before you answer a question, please do.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Diebel, sorry. Diebel.
Yes, sir, I have counsel present, but they're sitting in back of me.
Could you just identify their name for the record, who they are?
Charles Diebel.
Okay, very good. Yeah. Mr. Diebel, your lawyer's name. You stated your name, I'm sorry.
Chapman.
Pardon?
Richard Chapman.
Okay, very good. Mr. Garrison, do you wish to have anybody present, counsel?
Yes, sir. I am being represented by Mr. Ted Hester of King and Spalding at the request of our Georgia Attorney General Thurbert Baker.
Okay, very good. Mr. Chappell?
Mr. Chairman, no, sir.
Okay, Dr. Sunloff?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. As I said, it's policy to take all testimony under oath. I'm going to ask you now to rise and raise your right hand, take the oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and matter pending before this committee?
Yes, sir.
Let the record reflect the witnesses replied in the affirmative. You are now under oath. We will begin with opening statements for 5 minutes. If you wish to submit a longer statement for inclusion in the record, that will be allowed. Dr. Sunloff, let's start with you, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Stephen Sunloff, Director of the Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, which is part of the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm accompanied today by Mr. Michael Chappell FDA's Acting Associate Commissioner for Regulatory Affairs. FDA appreciates the opportunity to discuss our ongoing investigation of the foodborne illness outbreak associated with Salmonella typhimurium, which has been found in peanut products produced by the Peanut Corporation of America, or PCA. Let me begin by expressing my personal and the agency's concern for people harmed in this outbreak of foodborne illness. FDA can and will learn from this outbreak what we can do to better assure the safety of our food supply moving forward. And it's important to note that the manufacturers play a critical role in ensuring the safety of the foods that they introduce into commerce. Strong food safety programs begin with the commitment and the strong oversight of managers and the promotion of strong food safety culture throughout the company. In the typical traceback process employed by FDA and our partners at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC notifies FDA when it identifies the possible foods associated with a foodborne illness through its epidemiological investigation. At that point, the FDA starts its investigation to identify the source of contamination. In the current case, FDA started its tracing process before CDC notified us of a strong epidemiological link to both help inform the epidemiological study and to shorten the time required to remove potentially contaminated foods from the market. Since early December of 2008, FDA has collaborated with the CDC, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and state public health departments to investigate the multi-state outbreak of human infections due to Salmonella typhimurium. Peanut butter was first identified as a possible source in mid-December. And on January 7th and 8th, based on preliminary epidemiological data, the FDA decided to investigate institutional food services sources of peanut butter rather than wait for more conclusive data. On January 7th, FDA made its initial contact with the King Nut Company, which distributes peanut butter manufactured by PCA to institutional facilities, food service industries, and private label companies. 2 days later, on January 9th, FDA initiated our inspection of the PCA manufacturing plant in Blakely, Georgia. As part of its epidemiological investigation, the Minnesota Department of Health tested an open 5-pound container of King Nut peanut butter obtained at a nursing home where 3 patients were sickened by the outbreak strain of Salmonella typhimurium. By January 10th, Minnesota health officials had found that peanut butter contained the same strain of Salmonella typhimurium. However, because it was an open container which could have been contaminated by someone or something else in the environment, these results did not confirm the Blakely plant as the source. So FDA expanded the testing of unopened containers of the same brand of peanut butter. And on January 19th, the Connecticut Department of Health tested an unopened container of King Nut peanut butter and found that it contained the same strain of Salmonella typhimurium associated with the illness linked to the outbreak. The fact that Salmonella typhimurium was confirmed in an unopened container of peanut butter indicated that peanut butter was contaminated when it left the Blakely processing plant. As I noted earlier, FDA had already initiated the inspection of PCA's Blakely plant on January 9th. We completed our inspection on January 27th. FDA's environmental sampling at the plant found 2 Salmonella strains, neither of which was associated with the outbreak. We are confident, however, that based on the investigations by the states, CDC, and FDA, that the Blakely plant is the source of contamination related to the Salmonella typhimurium outbreak. Further, FDA's review of the testing records revealed that there were instances in 2007 and 2008 where the firm distributed product in commerce which had tested positive for Salmonella. The first recalls began on January 10th by the King Nut Company and on January 13th by PCA. Expanded recalls followed on January 28th, and on January 28th, the firm voluntarily recalled all peanut products processed in its Blakely facility since January 1, 2007, and these included dry and oil-roasted peanuts, granulated peanuts, peanut meal, peanut butter, and peanut paste. Many companies that receive the peanuts and peanut products manufactured by PCA's Blakely facility have in turn conducted their own voluntary recalls. FDA is continuing to work with the purchasers of PCA's peanuts and peanut products to identify affected products and facilitate their removal from the market. FDA initiated inspections at the direct consignees of PCA and King Nut and continues to follow the distribution points of the products. FDA has established a web page to provide constantly updated information on the contamination and recall. It includes a searchable database to assist consumers in quickly identifying recalled products, and we encourage consumers to check this website frequently. FDA is reviewing with Health and Human Services our prior legislative requests to strengthen the agency's ability to protect Americans from foodborne illness, to determine whether those requests should be updated in light of our experience with this outbreak. At this time, we want to highlight the need for enhanced authorities in several areas. Number one, authority for FDA to issue preventive controls for high-risk foods. Two, authority for enhanced access to food records during routine inspections. Three, the authority for FDA to require food facilities to renew their registrations every 2 years and for FDA to modify the registration categories. In addition, we note that mandatory recall authority would be a useful tool that in some circumstances could result in faster removal of implicated products from commerce. In closing, Mr. Chairman, let me assure you that the FDA is working hard to ensure the safety of the food supply in collaboration with our federal, state, local, and international food safety partners. Although Salmonella typhimurium foodborne illness outbreak underscores the challenges that we face, the American food supply continues to be among the safest in the world, and food safety is a priority of the new administration. Please be aware that FDA is actively conducting both criminal and regulatory investigations related to this matter. To protect the integrity of these ongoing investigations and any related actions that might be pursued in the future, FDA must necessarily keep certain information confidential. It is also premature for FDA to draw conclusions about our preliminary observations or how the FDA's legal authorities might apply to those observations. But that said, we will do our best to respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you again for the opportunity to discuss these important public health matters.
Thank you. Mr. Chappell?
I don't have a...
No opening statement. Okay. Mr. Garrison, opening statement, please, sir. 5 minutes. If you have a longer statement, we'll submit it to the record. Thank you.
Chairman Waxman, Stupak, ranking members Barton and Walden, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to offer this testimony today. I am here on behalf of Georgia's Commissioner of Agriculture, Tommy Irvin. I am Oscar Garrison, the Assistant Commissioner responsible for Georgia Departments of Agriculture's Consumer Protection Division. I have been directly involved with food safety at various levels for more than 15 years. I want to express my sympathy to the victims of the Salmonella outbreak that were here today, and also to the victims of foodborne illness in this country. The Georgia Department of Agriculture takes its commitment to food safety very seriously. We are more concerned about food safety and food being sold and processed in Georgia than anyone. To more effectively carry out our mission, the department is working with our state legislature on an amendment to the Georgia Food Act that would require regular testing by the food manufacturers in Georgia. This legislation would require processing plants to promptly report to the department the presence of any suspected contamination that would render food injurious to health or otherwise unfit for consumption. We encourage this committee to consider federal legislation that would require similar testing and reporting nationwide. We would like to have additional resources that would permit us to perform more inspections more frequently and comprehensively, along with product testing. But with tightening budgets, FDA, Georgia, and other states are stretching their resources about as effectively as we are able to. The department has requested, and our governor has recommended, $24 million to help fund a new laboratory to be located in South Georgia that would increase the product testing that our department is currently capable of performing. Currently, we can test about 4,500 food samples per year in our state laboratories. The Georgia Department of Agriculture is required through the Georgia Food Act to license and inspect food sales establishments and processing plants. We inspect approximately 16,000 facilities ranging from processing plants to food storage warehouses to retail grocery stores. These inspections are conducted by a field force of approximately 60 inspectors. For many years, the Department of Agriculture, like agencies in other states, has had a contractual relationship with the Food and Drug Administration that requires us to conduct inspections at various food processing plants in Georgia that ship products into interstate commerce. Including the 2 inspections we conducted for FDA, our department conducted a total of 9 inspections at the plant between 2006 and 2008. During these inspections, our inspectors did not see any conditions that would raise a red flag indicating an imminent health hazard. An inspection is simply a snapshot in time. An inspector can only see what is there at that particular time that they are conducting the inspection. The department utilizes all the resources available to us to verify that food processors are operating responsibly. However, it is important to recognize that if processors do not act responsibly, and most certainly if they engage in criminal activity designed to avoid detection, the most rigorous and regular inspections would not readily detect a problem. We do not have all the facts, but once the Peanut Corporation of America had test results disclosing the presence of salmonella, it was unconscionable for that company to ship the product, fail to recall the product, or fail to notify us or FDA. In closing, let me thank you for joining with us in an effort to improve the safety of this country's food supply. This tragic situation must serve as a wake-up call, leading to reforms in the United States Food Safety Network, and to additional funding that will permit food safety agencies at the federal, state, and local levels to more effectively perform their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison. Ms. Cowart, your opening statement, please, for 5 minutes. If you have a longer statement, we'll insert it in the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Darlene Cowart, and you have my biographical information, I believe, in the record. My education has been in biology and food science, and I've worked in the agricultural, commodity, and food-related quality control area since completing my education. I'm currently president of JLA USA. Our company is one of several under the umbrella of JLA Global, which has facilities in the United States and abroad. JLA USA has testing facilities in 7 locations in the U.S. While the majority of our work is related to the peanut industry, we also provide services and testing to the almond industry and to some degree other food businesses. JLA USA maintains microbiology laboratories in Albany, Georgia, and Edenton, North Carolina. We provide a broad range of testing services to the agricultural, commodity, and food business. I understand the committee's concerns today relate to the recent Salmonella outbreak and therefore involve our microbiology testing. Mr. Chairman, when we test for Salmonella, we receive from the customer samples of the product to be tested together with the notification of the test that the customer wants us to perform. Specifically, we receive a request for analysis, which details the battery of tests desired by the customer and includes the customer's description of the product to be tested. And I believe you have copies of these also in the record. I've also furnished the committee staff a detailed description of the method we use to test for Salmonella, and I'll simply summarize that here. First, we pull a representative sample from the customer's containers to get a composite sample of 375 grams. That composite sample is then put into a sterile bag with other substances and incubated. We remove some of the mixture into the test tubes and for other procedures, and eventually we put the resulting substance into what is called a Vitus instrument. This machine's computer will automatically give us the result, either positive or negative for Salmonella. If the result is negative from the instrument, the negative certificate of analysis is sent to the customer. If the result is positive, it is what we call in our laboratory a presumptive positive, which must be confirmed because at this point several organisms can look like Salmonella but are not. However, since the test necessary to confirm the presumptive positive can take up to 5 days, we notify the customer of the presumptive positive by email and a telephone call. The confirmation process is quite technical and is also described in the paper that we furnished the committee staff. If after the confirmation we find that salmonella is ruled out, we prepare a negative certificate of analysis for immediate release to the customer. If we do confirm that the presumptive positive is salmonella, then we prepare and issue a positive certificate of analysis, and again, we notify the customer via a telephone call and an email alert. Mr. Chairman, all these procedures conform to the appropriate FDA and accepted laboratory standards. From January 1st, 2007 through September of 2008, we tested approximately 1,000 samples of product from Peanut Corporation of America. Of these, in 2007, 6 samples were confirmed positive for salmonella, and all the rest were negative. In 2008, we issued a total of 4 confirmed salmonella positive certificate of analysis. I wish to emphasize, Mr. Chairman, that we at JLA do not take the samples from the product, nor do we have knowledge of the sampling procedure used by PCA for the samples we receive. With respect to the PCA samples, on each occasion that JLA received samples, the product samples would have been sent by mail to a JLA laboratory together with this request for analysis. The information provided on the request for analysis is the only information about the sample that JLA receives. Following a confirmed salmonella positive issued to PCA in late August 2008, PCA discontinued sending product samples to JLA with one exception. That we did receive a few test samples under the name PP Sales, and it is my understanding that this name is an internal designation within PCA and possibly refers to a different product line. JLA did test and obtain a confirmed salmonella positive on a PP Sales sample sent to JLA in late September 2008. A positive COA was issued to PCA in early October 2008. In every instance when we found presumptive positives or confirmed positives, we reported the results to PCA by email and telephone, as I've described earlier. Salmonella can occur in raw agricultural commodities, and the accepted procedure for killing salmonella in raw agricultural products is to heat the product to necessary temperature for the appropriate period of time, and that procedure is commonly referred to as the kill step. It is possible for salmonella to be reintroduced into a product after the kill step. This can occur if the product comes in contact with contaminated raw ingredients, equipment, or personnel. Therefore, it is extremely important that all food manufacturing facilities maintain proper procedures and processes to assure that recontamination does not occur. Salmonella in processed foods is preventable, and the application of an appropriate kill step combined with good manufacturing processes that eliminate the possibility of recontamination should result in a salmonella-free product. Microbiological testing for salmonella and other pathogens is an important evaluative tool that manufacturers can and should employ to ensure that their manufacturing processes are safe. Mr. Chairman, we are cooperating fully with the committee and your staff, and JLA pledges to continue working with the committee to make certain the food supply is safe for all consumers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Dybel, your opening statement, please. You just want to pull that mic over. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Stupak and members of the subcommittee. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Charles Dybel, and I'm the president of Dybel Laboratories, a firm that specializes in microtesting food and personal care products and food safety consulting. We have 10 labs in North America with our headquarters in Illinois. For more than 40 years, Dybel Labs has provided scientific consulting services to food manufacturers around the country. My father, who remains active in the company today, started Dybel Labs when he was the dean of the University of Wisconsin's bacteriology program in the late 60s. He's widely recognized as one of the most knowledgeable scientists in the food industry, pioneering test methods still in use today and helping to shape food safety systems in America. In addition to microtesting food products and their ingredients, we work with many manufacturers to help evaluate their existing food safety programs, conduct risk assessments, perform plant audits, and offer training in food safety procedures. I'd like to give you a brief summary of Dybel Labs' dealings with Peanut Corp of America, or PCA. My company did not provide day-to-day testing services for PCA as we did for many of our clients. Instead, during 2007 and 2008, PCA's Plainview, Texas, and Blakely, Georgia facilities sporadically submitted samples containing peanuts to Dybel Labs to test. We have voluntarily cooperated with the Centers for Disease Control, the Food and Drug Administration, and this subcommittee to provide detailed records of the tests we performed for PCA's facilities, including samples from PCA's Blakely facility that tested positive for Salmonella in late September 2008, and our records of the immediate communications of those results to PCA's Blakely facility personnel. We also provided records detailing the request that personnel at the Blakely facility made to us to retest existing samples and the negative results of those tests. Mr. Chairman, may I briefly supplement the written statement that is in the record?
Without objection, yes. Yes.
As you know, the story about PCA's actions becomes clearer almost by the hour. I have learned more in reading the FDA's website publications, the results of the investigation, recorded readings in newspapers, and in sitting today. I'm horrified in seeing the projections of the very damning emails in the screens to our left and right. In late January, the FDA and CDC requested that our labs provide them with cultures of ingredients we tested, and based on provisions of the 2002 Bioterrorism Act, we voluntarily submitted this work. In late January, counsel for this committee came to us as part of the subcommittee's investigation. We voluntarily and promptly provided staff counsel with all relevant documents and access to witnesses and myself within minutes of any request. On February 5th, 2009, we first saw and learned of the willful and gross negligence in sanitary manufacturing and good manufacturing practices contained in FDA's amended investigation report. At about that same time, we received samples from this PCA Texas facility and found them to be positive for Salmonella. We promptly provided that information to your committee and FDA. It is not unusual for Dible Labs or for other food testing laboratories to find that samples clients submit do test positive for Salmonella and other pathogens. What is virtually unheard of is for an entity to disregard those results and place potentially contaminated products into the stream of commerce. I commend this subcommittee for examining what can be done to prevent an incident like this from happening again. As discussions progress on how best to reform our national food safety program, I urge you to look at the entire model used today. Our current food safety system relies heavily on inspections conducted by the FDA and the state agencies with which it contracts. This is a reactive response, rather than the comprehensive, systemic process needed to safeguard our food. The FDA should focus on quality control systems that minimize the potential for contamination to occur in the first place, and develop mitigating strategies for correcting a potential issue before it impacts food safety. The FDA has a great deal of knowledge and understanding of how manufacturers can improve our food safety practices. Our nation's small and medium-sized companies in particular could greatly benefit from guidance documents from FDA, yet their job is to inspect, not to provide guidance, and so they don't. Yet the USDA routinely issues guidance documents to the food processors under its jurisdiction. FDA staff are reluctant to point manufacturers to the information and resources they need or provide direct guidance on how an observation can be corrected. As a result, opportunities to improve food production practices are missed. Testing, much like inspection, is only one piece of an overall food safety policy. It is the last chance to catch a problem. The larger piece, however, is on the front end, quality control systems that minimize the potential for the contamination to occur in the first place. Every year, millions of pounds of food products end up in landfills because of positive test results for harmful organisms. The problem here is not in finding a positive test result. The issue we are discussing here is a firm that found a positive, tried to test into compliancy, and released the product anyway. The attention to this issue of food safety is important as an opportunity to build stronger bridges between FDA and the food manufacturers. By taking a preventative, systemic approach, we can implement reforms that will go a long way towards ensuring that consumers have access to safe and wholesome foods. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the opening statements. I ask unanimous consent that Chairman Dingell, his full statement be made part of record. The objection. Also note for record, Mr. Inslee was here. I guess he's going to be back, and he'll be allowed to, he's a member of the full committee, would be allowed to ask questions of this panel. And we have three different parts of this panel, if you will. We'll probably go more than one round question, so we'll try to go 5 minutes, and we'll come back if we have to. Ms. Collard, let me ask you a couple questions, if I may. On tab 38 is the first tab I sort of see in here in the binder. It's a November 2nd, 2006 letter to Mr. Parnell of CPA, or PCA, Peanut Corporation of America, PCA. In 2006, were you consulting with them as to their plant and salmonella? In looking at this, it looks like you were acting more as a consultant as opposed to lab testing, right?
At this point, I received a phone call, our JLA received a phone call, and they had a problem, or they reported a problem with some salmonella in some peanut granules, and they needed someone to do a walkthrough of the facility. And so by proximity, based in Albany, Georgia, and I have that background, I did go through and do a walkthrough and tried to help them understand where the salmonella was coming from on that particular issue.
Okay. So in 2006, JLA was not testing. You sort of did a walkthrough to try to figure out where the salmonella was coming from.
Right. I didn't pull any samples at that point.
Okay.
Our company has a microbiology department that does testing, and then
Sure.
there's another piece that will help,
Sure.
as you just.
And in this tab 38 there, in this letter, you sort of indicated 3 sources, right? It could have come from the organic Chinese peanuts.
That was what they told me when I arrived there, that was the source of the granules.
Okay. Or I think you identified it could have come from production, because there was some question about not cooking it long enough, high enough temperatures to kill the salmonella, right? To have a kill off.
What I asked for was documents for the time and temperature of the roaster, and that could not be provided at the time.
And then, of course, there was also in the packaging, because they were using water in the packaging area, and we all know water is a great source of salmonella, especially in peanut butter, as we know from the 2007 ConAgra outbreak.
Yes, sir. And also, if you'll note in the letter, it also talks about packaging roasted product in a raw zone.
Correct. Correct. Okay, so we had 3 possibilities there identified in your letter there. Let me go next to Exhibit 40.
Okay.
Just 2 back.
Mm-hmm.
That is dated February 4th, 2008. Now, at this point in time, because you're talking about a kill study, and you're making suggestions as a kill study, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe they contacted our Edenton, North Carolina facility to help them understand a kill step study for their roaster. And we were trying to understand how to go about doing that. That's not something that we had ever done before as a laboratory. And so this was a new process for us, and so we were trying to understand how to do that.
Okay, so between 2006 2008, is it fair you consulted, JLA was a consultant into the Peanut Corporation of America?
No, sir, we were not. This was a moment in time in 2006, and I didn't have any follow-up with them after that.
Okay, so 2006, and you didn't have any follow-up with them until 2008, until this possible kill study, right?
Correct. They contacted us, and that's how it usually worked with PCA from JLA's perspective. We are an independent testing laboratory, and we do microbiology testing. If they have a question,
Right.
we will try to answer their question.
Okay. So between 2006 and then again 2008, I mean, 2006 you knew they had salmonella. Did you have any indication in 2008 at the time this memo was written, which is February 4th, that they had other occurrences of salmonella at the Blakely plant?
No, sir, I was not aware of them. No, sir.
Okay. You indicate in here that on, again, the same document, February 4th, on Monday you're starting to using oven at 3 different temperatures. You're going to use these spore strips, which was something different. Well, what's the cost of those spore strips?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Sure. Third paragraph from bottom. It says, Monday, I am starting a lab study I am starting a lab study using oven at 3 temperatures, 295, 300, 310 degrees Fahrenheit, with duplicate BI pore strips exposed to the heat for varying times, and you list the times. To do that, these spore strips, which is to help kill the salmonella spores, correct? If there's any in there, if you heat it up?
Yes, sir. This is a lab study, and so these
Right.
spore strips, what they were trying to do is not to introduce a pathogenic, but a
Correct.
surrogate. Yes, sir.
Correct. What would it cost to put these spore strips in with your production?
I'm not sure I know. I don't
Okay.
know that answer.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you support, and it's been suggested throughout today, that labs, food processors, should be registered, should be certified, the people doing the testing, and that the results should be filed with the FDA on every test?
Yes, sir. I think we agree with that. I mean,
Okay.
having heard what we've heard this week and in the papers, I mean, I think it's the right thing to do. I think we'd want to be a part of the solution. Absolutely, yes, sir.
Mr. Dimebow, how about yourself? Do you think labs that do testing, labs should be certified by the FDA, the people who are doing the testing should be registered or make sure they have the proper qualifications, and should the results of every test, whether it's positive or negative, be electronically submitted to the FDA?
In regards to laboratory accreditations, I mean, certainly laboratories should be using the published methods. They should be using good practices in regards to laboratory. We call them GLPs, good laboratory practices. In regards to having a laboratory mandating that the laboratory would submit those test results to government, I don't believe that would be a good practice.
How do you prevent lab shopping then, as has been alleged in this case?
That I don't know. The overriding concern of this, and I'm a consumer, my laboratory does a lot of testing for food safety. We want to have safe food. The entire industry at large, if you look at all the foods that we consume on a daily basis, and I'm not just talking the foods that we make, but the ingredient companies that manufacture ingredients for those, finished product manufacturers, it's an enormous industry. And on a day-to-day basis, most of us eat safely foods, and we don't have an illness. And I think based on that, the huge amount of food companies that are out there, generally, there isn't. My concern, I guess, in reporting those positive results is that you would actually encourage those businesses to test less. There are different types of tests that are done all along the manufacturing practice. You can test a raw ingredient before you use it. You do process validation work. You test your environment. We want to encourage that. We want to encourage companies to find problems if they exist. And again, my overriding concern.
How do we ever know then if a company is having positive test results if they're not reporting it to anybody but themselves?
Every year, millions of pounds of products feed landfills. So companies find a positive result, destroy product, do not ship it.
In theory they do that, right? Because obviously you're here, they didn't do it.
Correct. I guess a food company is, it is a business. And when they're not in business to manufacture a product that will get somebody sick.
Right.
And they're at their best when they can make safe, wholesome products that a consumer will buy, enjoy, and buy again. If a company manufactures a product where somebody eats it, falls ill, they're likely not to be in business.
So it's just the cost of doing business then when people get sick?
Most food companies do spend, I would say, in my experience, a lot of money and a lot of their efforts, their resources, in making safe and wholesome foods.
Yeah, but
and we would want to have them be able to have the right to test as much as they can, find a problem.
Right, but this is our 9th hearing in 2 years. If we don't get on this thing, if we don't require some kind of reporting, how are we going to end this? We can't be doing this every, 9 times in 2 years, every, 2 months? A new outbreak?
It's just one aspect of the overall food safety program.
I agree.
And we really need to be focusing more on preventative strategies because even in testing, we see this in the example with PCA. Even when several labs were involved testing, we always didn't find it, even though we knew it was there.
Because no one was reporting it.
It became known that it was there.
Because nobody was reporting it. So I agree with you. We should be proactive as opposed to reactive. Right now, we're reactive. If we had reporting mandatory, maybe we could be proactive. With that, turn to Mr. Walden for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess that's a question I want to go to the FDA on. Wouldn't you benefit from knowing the lab results?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, FDA, like any other enforcement organization, wants all the information we can get.
And you don't get those lab results today,
That's
correct?
true. Yes,
And would you be overwhelmed with the number of lab results you would get?
It's hard to say. I mean, but certainly having that information available would be very helpful.
Only if it's in a form and that could be readily accessed and utilized. It seems to me like there ought to be a modern era of computers, a way where those lab results could go in and then flag if there's a facility that repeatedly tests positive for salmonella, would help you identify where you need to go inspect, wouldn't it?
I believe that's right.
Now, let me go back to Mr. Dybel. I'm troubled with this notion that those lab results shouldn't be shared with the FDA or the Georgia Department of Agriculture or whomever. And I don't disagree that I think they should be inspected. I think they should seek out. I think as a small business person, I had nothing to do with food, but it seems to me in their best self-interest to make sure their product line works and is sanitary and all. They don't want to make, in theory, most don't, want to make somebody sick. So what's the harm in sharing those positive results with the regulators so that they're on notice there may be a problem here?
From a laboratory level, we always don't understand what types of samples are coming into our laboratories.
Right.
So it could be part of an environmental monitoring where product fell on the floor and they want to test that.
Okay, but couldn't we?
Samples. They could be doing a new R&D project.
Right,
we
but
just don't know.
Okay, but how hard would it be to have a row of boxes that says this is a R&D sample test, this is a off-the-floor sample, this is something that's going into the Austin crackers that some 3-year-old's going to eat? Is that hard?
That wouldn't be hard. However, I don't know that would happen.
All right. Well, that's a different question. So if the private lab doesn't collect the samples, how can you ensure the integrity of those samples? Can you, Ms. Cowart? You don't know. They just send you whatever, right?
Correct. What happens with our company is we receive samples into our laboratory with the request for analysis, and we do the analysis that is written on the request form. We do not know where the samples came from. We don't know the history of them. And so our obligation as an independent laboratory is to run the test and to notify them the accuracy and speed that we can to get that to them.
And it sounds like you have a very thorough process to do that, which I commend you for, both email and a voice
Thank you. Yes,
process. So let me go back to this notification. We learned yesterday, sometime this week, that there's this mystery peanut processing plant in Texas that apparently has never been reviewed by the FDA, no regulators have been in there. Is that correct?
No, sir. The FDA was in there in 2001 inspecting, but at that time they were not producing peanut butter or peanut paste.
Have you been back since?
I'm sorry.
Have you been back since they've been producing peanut butter or paste?
Yes. I'm sorry. Which plant are we talking
The
about?
one in Texas.
Oh, the one in Texas. Yeah. I'm sorry. Let me retract that. No, we had not been in there.
Were you aware it even existed?
We were.
You were aware? Because some of the news accounts indicate nobody knew this thing was going on, it wasn't registered, wasn't inspected. Do you know if it had been inspected?
I don't believe it had been inspected.
So if Mr. Dybel, if I understood you correctly, your company was actually doing tests from peanut product from that plant and discovered there was salmonella in some of that plant's product. Is that accurate?
The Texas facility?
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
So if you had to report that to the FDA, then the FDA would have known there was salmonella in a plant they had never inspected.
We did report that.
To the FDA?
The subcommittee, we reported this to the subcommittee. I'm unsure of if we reported it.
Oh, wait a minute. When did you do the salmonella test?
The result just came off this last Sunday.
Okay, so you just found out about this.
Yes.
But you didn't report that, you knew we were doing an investigation, so you shared it with us in that context. You wouldn't normally have sent us just sort of randomly test results, right? Of course not. But had you reported test results to anybody before?
We report test results to our clients, but there's no mechanism currently in place.
Right. And that's what we're, in the other context of the full committee, going to debate is what is the mechanism that should be there? We don't want to, I'm not an advocate of just sending enormous amounts of data to another government agency that'll put it in boxes, that'll go in a warehouse that'll probably leak, and we can produce peanuts there too. But, it doesn't make sense. So it's got to be something that's usable And so had you done tests prior to the ones this week on that plant in Texas?
We've been doing results for them for a number of years.
Number of years, and had you
and
spotted salmonella in any of those tests?
No, everything was negative up to the point of the
This last
results
week?
on Sunday, yes.
Dr. Cowart, did your firm do any tests in that plant in Texas?
On the Texas facility, no, sir, we did no microbiology testing.
And why do you think, I find it curious that your firm consistently found salmonella. You said 6 times in 07 and 4 in 08?
That's correct.
And then it sounds like PCA decided we're going to go somewhere else. Is that your read of it?
After reviewing the documents and talking with our associates back at the laboratory, it appears that way, yes, sir.
And then they sort of sent you one under the name of an internal operation just to, I guess, have you do that test.
That's right. And again, not knowing the history of the samples, we just took the sample.
You do the
and
test.
Did the test. That's
Yeah.
correct. Yes, sir.
Did you know whether or not PCA went to any other labs?
We were aware of, they were asking us about a high coliform count and an aerobic plate count. And so in an effort to answer their question, we did ask them if they could send us the results of the aerobic plate count and the coliform count just to compare.
Right.
Because we obviously go into a diagnostic mode also.
Sure.
And so we did know that they had used another lab for that, yes.
And then do you, like, check the calibration of your equipment and all of that to just see?
Yes, sir, we do, and we also are in quarterly proficiency sample test so that we can be able to check against an unknown sample that would come in from a proficiency organization.
All right. And Mr. Dybel, do you have any idea, I mean, why your data would be different than JLA's data?
Just based on
How does all that work?
We're dealing with a dry commodity good, and as it had been mentioned before, you know, water does play a role in growing these organisms. And so the results are not always going to be consistent within that sample. And so you will get some degree of variability in those test results.
I want to thank the witnesses for your testimony and answer to our questions. It's helpful in our efforts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Thank you. Mr. Braley for questions, please.
Thank you. Dr. Sundloff, as I understand it, the FDA did not conduct inspections of the PCA plant in Blakely, Georgia from 2001 until January of 2009. Is that correct?
That's correct. Now, we did, again, inspect in 2001. At that time, they were not producing peanut butter or peanut paste. I think it was 2007, the state of Georgia inspected under contract from FDA. So in essence, that was an FDA inspection in 2007 and one in 2008.
Well, after the recent Salmonella outbreak was traced to peanut products in January of 2009, FDA conducted a detailed inspection of the PCA facility and issued an inspection report called a 483 report. And in that report, you listed 12 occasions in 2007 and 2008 when private labs informed PCA that its products tested positive for salmonella. I want to ask you about one of those. According to the 483 report, in June of 2008, the company received a private lab test that was positive for salmonella. And according to your report, the lot was manufactured on June 9th, and the sample that tested positive was provided to the private lab on June 10th. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Dr. Sundloff, wasn't June 10th the same day the Georgia Department of Agriculture inspected the facility on your behalf?
I would have to check my records.
Well, if that is the case, and that's what the records show, the day after the company produced peanut products with salmonella, your inspectors were inside this facility, but they didn't detect salmonella because you didn't direct them to test for it. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you had the legal authority to order those tests, didn't you?
Yes.
So why didn't you order salmonella testing that day?
Well, first of all, we did not know of the test results at the time. We did not know of those until January. Secondly, our policy had been that on routine inspections, and this is not for cause inspections, in other words, where we don't suspect that there is a problem in the plant, we have not asked our inspectors in general, whether it's the FDA inspectors or the inspectors under contract, to collect samples or obtain environmental samples. We are changing that now as a result of this.
Well, does your office and do your inspectors apply a heightened degree of suspicion when there are other things going on in the food production business that might alert you to potential problems?
Yes, we do. I mean, we take the entirety of all of the findings into account to determine whether or not it raises us to the next level where we would issue an inspection report of action, that there would be required actions to be taken by the company. In this case, I think all of the inspections, both that were conducted, indicated that there were some infractions, that they didn't immediately pose what appeared to be a risk to the safety of the food supply, and that the company was correcting those deviations either while the inspector was in the plant or gave assurances that those would be corrected.
Well, the reason I asked you that very specific question about a heightened index of suspicion is because in April of 2007, this subcommittee held a hearing on a salmonella outbreak at the ConAgra peanut butter plant in Sylvester, Georgia, which is only 75 miles from the PCA plant, and that outbreak resulted in over 400 illnesses in 44 states. Wasn't that cause enough for FDA to order testing for salmonella at the PCA plant?
After that outbreak of the Peter Pan, we went back and did a lot of education for the peanut industry. There was a seminar that was given in Atlanta in which the entire peanut industry was invited. We had FDA people there. They had other people talking about the kinds of measures that should be put in place in order to prevent this from happening in the future. We looked back at our records and determined that 4 people from PCA were registered to attend that particular symposium.
So then you would agree with me that in this geographic area, in your state, there was certainly a heightened degree of suspicion about the potential for salmonella outbreak at the time these inspections were performed?
Yes.
And are there any written standards that apply to determine when there is for cause to test for salmonella?
I don't believe there is any written ones. I would ask Mike Chappell if he can comment on that.
Well, I do. After the ConAgra series, and we did indeed provide some additional guidance to our field staff, and as Dr. Sunloff just mentioned, the realization is that we probably need to depend more on environmental sampling than we have in the past, not just the for cause, which means the conditions in the plant suggest there are serious problems.
Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that private labs detected salmonella at the PCA facility, but since they only reported it to PCA, the public never found out about it. And that's a difference that we can't afford to have in our food safety system, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Braley. Mr. Deal for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My line of inquiry is in 2 areas. First of all, what are manufacturers required to do? And secondly, what are state and federal authorities allowed to do? Now, in that regard, I would ask, first of all, has peanut butter been classified by FDA as a high-risk product?
I don't believe it has. That may change in the near future.
Do you think that would be an appropriate classification?
I believe so.
All right. If it is so classified, what would change with regard to what the manufacturer must do and what the FDA and state authorities can do?
Certainly, considering it high risk, we would change the way that we inspect, and I think we just addressed that in the future, we are in the process of writing all of our guidance to our inspectors that they will be taking samples of the product and the environment in the future, and that will go a long way, I think, to detecting these problems earlier. But there's no, in terms of what is required under good manufacturing practice standards, they are written rather broadly. and they are written more for all foods than specific products. And as such, they are not very prescriptive. You know, what will probably result from this is some stronger guidance that will be more specific about peanut butter as it pertains to the kind of manufacturing controls that need to be put in place and the kinds of inspections that we will do.
Can anything that FDA does by way of classification or otherwise require a peanut butter manufacturer to do product sampling with a specified period of regularity?
Currently, the good manufacturing practice standards are not written that way.
Do you think maybe they should be?
Well, in my testimony, I talked about putting more preventive controls, mandatory preventive controls in place in certain food facilities, and those would, and what we're talking about here is, the term is hazard analysis critical control point, type of quality systems in which all of those kinds of things would be documented for any food process that falls under that kind of preventive control.
In the absence of requiring things like sampling and testing of those samples, then sampling and testing is a voluntary action on the part of the manufacturer. Is that correct?
Currently, that is correct.
And the concern that some people have of requiring disclosure of those voluntary samples, of disclosure of the results, is that as long as it's voluntary, all that may very well do is to have less testing rather than more testing. Do you share that concern?
Yes, I'm well.
Right. I'm sorry, I don't have time for you to elaborate much on it. If you have that concern, then, is that one of the things that your recommendations to Congress has included? Is that one of your recommendations?
We will be working, we're more than happy to work with the administration and the Congress to craft any new legislative authorities that we need. I mean, I think the concern with us is that we need to make sure that it doesn't discourage additional testing. And in other words, if it's required, will companies actually do less testing because they know that the FDA will have access to those records? So it needs to be very carefully thought through how that process works.
Now, one of the problems I understand existed was that you could not access internal records and only had to go under the bioterrorism statutory authority in order to be able to get those internal records. Have you recommended, or would you recommend that that be changed in terms of what the FDA or state authority is acting under your jurisdiction have the right to access internal records? Should they have that right?
Yes, that's the other, again, we are working with the administration on that, but certainly if we had greater authority to access those kinds of records outside of the threshold that's required under the Bioterrorism Act to access those records, we would get a lot more information in a timely manner.
Mr. Garrison, I know that you act in conjunction with your contract authority with FDA to do inspections on their behalf that you're contracted to perform. Is that correct? That is correct. And you have outlined the fact that money is a shortage factor and the number of inspectors are in short supply to do all that you undertake to do at the state level as well as in your contract capacity. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Currently, we receive funding of about $123,000 through our FDA contract. The state funding for our food protection program is some $6 million of state funds.
I would ask this of both you, Mr. Garrison, and you, Dr. Sunloff, and that is, especially in the area of the FDA, we have seen that one of the ways to augment and get better results is through a user fee program in which the producer has an incentive to have the testing done and in effect pays for that extra cost. We see it in other areas under FDA's jurisdiction. Have you considered a user fee to fund the cost for additional inspections at the federal level and or the state level?
Thank you. We are responding to legislation proposed, the Globalization, Food Globalization Act, in which user fees are part of that, and we will be submitting formal responses and technical assistance on that bill.
At the state level, Mr. Garrison, are user fees contemplated?
I would have to say that would be a pay grade above myself. That would be something that Commissioner Irvin and the state legislature and the governor would have to take up.
It's not in the current proposed legislation then?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Thank you for the extra time.
Ms. Christensen for questions. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Mr. Dingle for questions. Mr. Dingle for questions, please.
Well, Mr. Chairman, first I want to commend you. This is a continuation of the excellent hearings which you had in the last Congress. And I want to commend you for your vigor and your energy and your enthusiasm and for the success of your efforts. You're going to make possible a major reform here, and I want to commend you for that. These questions are all to Dr. Sunloff. Please, Doctor, answer yes or no, because we have relatively little time in which to do this. Food processors should be made to notify the FDA when they begin producing products that have not previously been registered. Do you agree, Doctor? Yes or no?
Could you repeat could you repeat the question?
Please pay attention because we do have limited time here. Food processors should have to notify FDA when they begin producing products that they have not previously registered. Do you agree?
Yes.
In the light of the current crisis with regard to food and drug and producers, should foreign and domestic food facilities be required to have safety plans in place to identify and to mitigate hazards?
In some cases, yes.
Now, what should these plans, should these plans be subject to review by FDA inspectors?
Yes.
Would increased inspections by FDA have potentially prevented the Salmonella outbreak?
It's potentially possible, yes.
In other words, more frequent and more thorough inspections by Food and Drug would have done so. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, if FDA had better trace-back capabilities, would that have helped prevent this Salmonella outbreak?
It would have helped us recall product quicker.
Now, should testing be done on food products be subject to certain safety requirements and be performed only by a laboratory accredited by FDA?
I have no opinion on that at this time.
You will note that you had a number of laboratories which performed tests that either didn't reveal the presence of Salmonella or that were not reported to FDA. If FDA had reliable reports from reliable laboratories, would it not have been better able to protect the public?
Yes. I want to just say about Salmonella testing, you can test the same product several times and not find the Salmonella, and it can be still in there. We suspect that these were all good laboratories and that the failure to confirm a positive was not the laboratory's fault, but the sampling.
I'm driven to the unfortunate conclusion that if that statement is true, Food and Drug probably could have done without laboratory inspections at all, because apparently the laboratory inspections either didn't get communicated to FDA or they didn't reveal the presence of Salmonella. And how does Food and Drug do its job without proper assistance in identifying the presence of pathogens like Salmonella?
We rely heavily on states and private laboratories and others to help us in our mission.
It sounds like you're saying trust everybody. I would add to that my dad's abjuration that you should also cut the cards. Now, should testing be done on food products? No. In the light of the Salmonella outbreak caused by PCA's products, could this crisis have been mitigated if testing laboratories were required to send their testing results to FDA?
It would have alerted us a lot sooner, yes.
I'm sorry?
It would have alerted us sooner that there was a problem.
So you need both qualified and competent laboratories, and you need to have them registered, and you need to have them send their results to Food and Drug so that you know what's going on, right?
Again, we appreciate all the information that we can get.
Okay. Should FDA have authority to issue mandatory recalls of tainted foods?
We are more than happy to discuss that. It depends, I believe, on how the law is written and what
You do not have that authority now,
We do not.
and you need it if you're to do your job effectively, do you not?
It would be helpful, yes.
Not more than helpful, it's necessary. Isn't that so?
I can tell you that we, almost in every case, when we ask companies to recall product, they do it voluntarily.
All right. Now, Food and Drug was not able to investigate the Peanut Corporation or to visit or inspect Peanut Corporation of America for about 8 years. Is that right? And then they turned the matter over to Georgia, which in 2 years is supposed to have visited PCA, but they didn't find a thing. And what caused the failure of FDA to be able to inspect the people who are subject to their jurisdiction? I'm told that the Department of Agriculture can investigate and can visit and inspect dog food producers oftener than Food and Drug can inspect food producers. Do you need more resources at Food and Drug to carry out proper inspections or not?
We would like to do more inspections, yes.
Well, you're not doing the inspections that need to be done, so you are not able to protect the people. PCA tells us clearly that the consumers were not protected because tainted and unsafe salmonella-infected peanut products and peanut butter got on the market. And with more resources, you could have done a better job of protecting the public. Is that not so?
It's not clear in this case.
It's not clear?
It's not clear in this case.
8 years you couldn't investigate them? That's clear to me. And then Georgia investigated them, and they couldn't do a good job. So that tells me that Food and Drug does not have either the resources. Look, you're caught in a cleft stick here. Either you don't have the resources, or you are incompetent to do the job you're supposed to do. Which conclusion am I to arrive at?
I would hope the former.
That you don't have the resources. I'm content to believe that you're incompetent, but I have tried to defend you against that and point out that you need resources. What I get from you, however, is a modified reluctance to have more resources. And I am distressed because I think that the only way Food and Drug is going to amount to hill of beans is to have the resources that it needs and to have the statute that it needs and to have the leadership that it needs. I find the leadership lacking. I find the resources lacking. And you are driving me to the conclusion that perhaps maybe Food and Drug is not as diligent as it should be because it might have the resources. Now, what is your response to that?
Well, obviously, we need to be inspecting more frequently. And in this particular case, there was we should have been taking environmental samples. That would have led us to find problems earlier. We should have been more directive to the state of Georgia in directing them to take environmental samples. Had they done that, we might have detected this sooner.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired and you have been very gracious. I thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dingell. On behalf of all the members, when they were doing the tribute on the floor on your resolution, we all would have liked to have been there, but we were doing, as you have taught us to do, oversight. So forgive us for not being up at when they did the House resolution in tribute to your longevity on the floor. I know some of us will be doing after hours tonight, paying tribute to your length of service, but more than that, the quality of service you provided the American people. Mr. Gingrey for questions, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And following up on the Chairman Emeritus's line of questioning, let me address my first question to Dr. Sundloff of the FDA. You know, I think as I read your testimony that FDA actually went into Blakely, Georgia, to inspect this PCA plant on January 9th, 2009. And this was based on the information that had been obtained by Minnesota Department of Public Health that clearly that there was salmonella in an open container of this peanut butter product. And yet you go there and you find pretty quickly in going through the records of the company and some of the lab reports that were submitted by these two labs, these private labs, which, by the way, I don't feel are necessarily responsible for not notifying the FDA. I mean, their job is basically a contract with the company. It's just like if a physician does a blood sample on someone and sends it to a lab, and it's a low hemoglobin as an example. Well, the laboratory is going to report back to the doctor and maybe even flag that low, particularly if it's a dangerously low number, but that's where their responsibility ends. I mean, they cannot run down every patient and interfere with the doctor-patient relationship. So, you know, it may be that's something that we should change, and I'll get to that question in just a minute. But my question for you is, if FDA went in and knew on January 9th that with beyond a reasonable doubt that this was the source of the contamination, and yet waited another 10 days or so to get some unopened can of peanut butter from somewhere in Connecticut to absolutely unequivocally prove that it came, couldn't you have had the ability to say to the company, cease and desist until we can prove this? If we disprove it, then you continue operations, and maybe the federal government, the FDA, mitigates any financial loss. But when you just continue to get to the nth degree for another 10 days, I don't know how many more hundreds of people got sick, or maybe even additional deaths because of that delay. Why couldn't you have issued a cease and desist order at that time?
I believe we went in on the 9th. I believe that was a Friday. The company recalled on the following Monday. So we did move very quickly.
Well, the company recalled, a certain product that was produced, and then it was later that they recalled, and then finally they had another recall that went all the way back to January 2007. But that probably should have been done immediately.
We can only work with the information that we have at the time. At that time, that we only knew of the products that were the King Nut products as being the source. We moved quickly. They quit producing on that day and quit marketing on that day on the 9th of January, and started recall of the products that we knew were affected by the following Monday.
Let me move on to Mr. Garrison with the Georgia Department of Agriculture. Do you feel like that the department, under contract with FDA, had sufficient training? Were there any manuals in regard to the inspectors that work with the Department of Agriculture? And did you have enough training and guidance to properly inspect?
Training is always a continual issue when you're looking at the evolving food continuum that we see. There has been a lot of advances in food processing, a lot of new programs brought online. As Dr. Sunloff stated, HACCP, Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point. Those inspections are now required in seafood processors and in juice processors. So where there is specific training required of an operator of a facility, then our inspectors are also provided with that training. We have taken the good manufacturing practices from FDA. Those are adopted into state regulations, and those are also in our performance manual that we utilize.
And Mr. Garrison, did the department abide by the terms of the contract in regard to the frequency of inspection?
Yes, sir. The terms of the contract only lays out one inspection in the assigned facilities during a calendar year, unless there is an indication by FDA that a follow-up would be necessary based on documentation.
Let me real quickly ask our lab folks, if you'll bear with me, Mr. Chairman, if you were required to submit a copy of your report, certainly a positive report, let's say, to the FDA, how much more expense or burden would that be for the laboratories? How much more would you have to charge the food processor that had contracted with you to do the lab testing if you were required to submit a duplicate copy to the FDA?
Mr. Ginger, I can speak specifically for our company. All of our documents are emailable in a new system that we've put in place since August of 2007. So it would be very simple to email to whoever in FDA would be the appropriate person.
Mr. Diebel, would you agree with that?
Yes, we have a LIMS system where we can plug in on each client contact that would want to report. The system, once we go through our checks and balances to ensure that the result is accurate and authorized, once that's authorized, it's automatically either emailed or faxed to whomever.
So easily done, not expensive, and nothing you would object to if we decide that that should be done in the future.
If that was something that this body decided, it would not be a
Chairman, I'll yield back. I know my time's expired.
Ms. Christensen for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to direct my first question to Dr. Sundloff. Also, I had a chance to look through some of the Senate testimony, and the Director of Food Safety for the Center for Science and Public Interest had what I'm going to read to you in her testimony. She says that in April of 2008, Canada rejected a shipment of peanuts from PCA as unfit for food. PCA attempted to clear the peanuts for sale in the U.S., but FDA rejected its test results, and eventually the peanuts were destroyed. During that period, wouldn't that have sent a red flag up to FDA, and shouldn't that have caused FDA to require more inspections of PCA, given the fact that this is April of 2008? Because the testimony goes on to say that FDA did not follow up with an inspection of the plant.
Yeah, that's not entirely true. The shipment was rejected because it was peanut granules, and it was determined that it contained some metal fragments in there. It was returned back to PCA. FDA witnessed its destruction so that it did not move into commerce. At that time, we also asked that the state of Georgia do an additional inspection in that facility. That was one of the two that was conducted under FDA contract, and they went in there, I think, in May or June was when they went back in to inspect. I believe they determined what the source of the metal was, and that the firm took corrective actions.
Okay. And Mr. Garrison, you're familiar with those inspections?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it your testimony that you found no evidence for any contamination in those inspections? Was it a complete inspection, or was it just related to the metal?
What the email that we received from FDA stated was it was to be a contract inspection and focusing on GMPs, which is what the contract states, and also looking for any metal inclusion that may have occurred and to check out the metal detector. What we reported back to FDA was a couple of metal scrubbers, which we would call a Brillo pad, that were inside the facility, and also a scraper.
But that would not have precipitated any other inspections, and was it just focused just on the metal?
No, ma'am. We actually done a good manufacturing practice inspection during that time.
And there was nothing to suspect that there would be any other contamination in those inspections?
Like I've said, there was no red flags that would indicate a imminent health hazard inside that facility.
My understanding, Mr. Garrison, is that between 2007 and 2008, PCA had 12 positive salmonella tests reported to them. And in that time, the department tested 35 product samples from 5 Georgia facilities. How many of those were from the Blakely plant?
There were 3 samples taken from the Blakely plant in, I believe, August of 2007.
And their first positive was in 2009. I mean, it was in June of 2007. But you didn't find any in your 3?
No, ma'am, we did not.
Since there had been a salmonella outbreak the year before that was in peanut butter, when this outbreak started to surface, did that not raise concern, and should not that have precipitated some increased inspection at peanut butter plants from either Dr. Sundloff or Mr. Garrison?
From the state perspective, when the outbreak began, we worked closely with our Department of Public Health, and their epidemiologists were monitoring the CDC calls, looking for potential causes and implicated foods, and then they would bring those to us. Once the peanut butter was brought forward as a potential, then at that point in time, the state, along with FDA, began looking at potential problems that may be associated with those facilities.
But nobody seemed to think back to March of 2007 to say, well, this is salmonella. We had a salmonella outbreak the year before. Source was peanut butter.
From a state perspective, we're constantly shuffling resources. When we can run 45 samples through our laboratory, coming into June, we were dealing with imported jalapeno peppers that, actually tainted our tomato industry in Georgia. We had melamine in products coming from China that the state was running tests on in October. So, with very limited lab resources, we're constantly moving around what we're testing and what we're looking for from a state standpoint.
If I could get just one more question, a quick question to Mr. Dybel and Ms. Cohart. Does the fact that there was a negative follow-up test on the after a positive one, how many negative tests would you consider enough to convince you that the positive test result could be ignored? Can you ignore a positive test just because you get another follow-up?
Absolutely not. If you tested 50 samples for a given lot, and 49 of those were negative and 1 was positive, that 1 positive must trump the 49 negatives. The 49 negatives should never have more precedence over that 1 positive. You cannot retest away a positive result.
And I will agree with that statement wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Schakowsky, questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dybel, on April 28th, 2008, your lab confirmed that a PCA sample tested positive for salmonella contamination. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What would I think you said before, what would you have expected a manufacturer to do with that information?
We do a lot of consulting services for our clients, and most of what we try to get involved with is more on the front-end quality control procedures, working with clients to have.
Well, what would you expect that they would do?
In the event of a positive occurrence, we would expect that they would shut that line down or stop that production, quarantine that lot, try to figure out how that positive occurred in retesting,
okay,
but ultimately throw it out.
But actually, following that initial positive, PCA sent you additional samples from the same lot, and they also went to Dr. Cowart's firm and provided an additional sample, and those tests came back negative for salmonella, right?
Correct. That's not unheard of.
Dr. Garrison, what is a company expected to do if there is a positive? And do you also agree that negatives don't erase the positive that has been found?
The state of Georgia Department of Agriculture would expect that company to immediately destroy the product. If it's been put in commerce, they would expect them to recall that. During our testing procedures, when we get what Ms. Cowart had referred to as a presumptive positive from a facility we regulate, we will notify industry at that point. And in most cases, as a matter of fact, in all cases, from that presumptive positive, the processing facility will either hold the product if it hadn't went out or go ahead and issue a recall just based on that presumptive.
Okay, now between June of 2007 and September of 2008, private lab testing found salmonella on 12 separate occasions. You inspected the plant on June 10th, 2008. Did you ask if there had been any laboratory tests?
There's no evidence on our inspection reports that we ask, but that is something that the company does not have to supply to the state. That's the reason.
Do you ask, though?
I can't say in this particular instance if we ask or not.
Is it on your report form to ask?
No, ma'am. It is not something that is required of.
I know it's not required. I'm just wondering if you asked, and if a company refused to tell you because they don't have to, would that not indicate that there might be some sort of a problem?
Yes.
I mean, I don't understand. If there's been test after test, I think everybody here agrees that a positive test should result in a product being taken away. I think we'll change that. I hope we'll change that, so they do have to inform you. But I can't understand why that question wouldn't be asked. Is there any, can you explain that to me?
When companies are not required to give records, we don't even know if tests have been conducted.
Exactly.
And when you're dealing with the elements that we're dealing with in this case, if we think by simply asking they would tell us that they didn't have the results or that they were all negative, we're dealing with a different element here. We're dealing with something that at this point appears to have intention based in it.
I want to, there's a tab 42, an email from Stuart Parnell, the owner of PCA. And in these emails with the plant manager, Sam Lightsey, Mr. Parnell inquired about the results on the subsequent tests from Dibel. Mr. Lightsey informed Mr. Parnell that the subsequent tests were in spec, meaning they came back negative for Salmonella. Although Mr. Parnell knew that this lot previously received a confirmed positive for Salmonella, Mr. Parnell instructed this plant manager, quote, "Okay, let's turn them loose then," unquote. Dr. Sundloff, is this the appropriate response to these two tests, to turn the product loose on American consumers?
No, it is not, and I don't believe that is in any way the industry practice. I think this is a case in which one company has violated what I think all other companies know. Again, it is well known within the peanut manufacturing community that testing, even finding a negative, is not conclusive, that you have to take many tests, and that certainly once you find a positive test, that product cannot be considered to be safe.
When you conduct tests as the FDA, do you ask if any tests have been conducted?
I think we do, but I'm going to ask Mike Chappell to speak to that.
It certainly depends on the nature of the inspection. If you're asking whether it's a routine requirement for our investigators to ask for whatever testing, that is not our procedure, but we are changing that procedure to require that our investigators do ask what testing is being done and ask to have access to those
Well,
records.
hopefully, Mr. Chairman, we're going to require that those tests get reported back to the FDA. I just want to say that it's really unbelievable that Mr. Parnell knew that the food that he produced was contaminated. It escaped any inspections by the state. It got, even though the testing laboratory found that there was a positive, nothing happened. And rather than be responsible destroying these tainted products, he chose to test the same lot over again until he got the result that he wanted, and then release the product to the public. We have a responsibility to change that. Thank you. Thanks for the extra time.
That concludes all the questions of the members in this round. I'm sure we're going to go a second round, but we do have two members of the full committee who are not members of the subcommittee, but they're allowed to ask questions under the rules of the subcommittee. So, Mr. Barrow, I know you've been here all day. Would you like 5 minutes of questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not as good a cross-examiner as my hero, Mr. Dingle here, and I'm not as good as Mr. Braley over there, so I'm going to throw you guys a softball. I'm going to ask you a wide, open-ended question. But listen to the conditions of it, because it might not seem that way, especially you, Dr. Sundloff. If you believe that the integrity of testing cannot be separated from the integrity of sampling, and the sampling and testing are both things that have to have integrity. If you want to preserve the existing regime of voluntary inspections and confidential reporting with the testing community, but you feel it's necessary to mandate and superimpose on that a mandatory sampling and testing regime. if you want to make sure that the sampling and testing that's done isn't too rigorous, that you put folks out of business, but isn't too lax to miss stuff you need to know. In other words, if you want to do everything you reasonably can to make sure, first, that the manufacturer knows what the manufacturer needs to know when the manufacturer needs to know it, and you want to make sure that the regulator knows what the manufacturer knows, whatever it is, when they know it. How do we go about doing that? Dr. Sun, you go first, please.
Thank you. Well, one of the things that, again, we have asked, and we will be asking for more authority, and that is to issue preventive controls in plants. That is, they have to have a quality system in place that specifies where the critical control points are, where contaminants can be introduced.
Is a sampling and testing regime going to be a part of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it going to be goals or is it going to be quotas? Is it going to be something we think folks ought to look at, or is it going to be something folks are going to require to do? And so you're going to have different protocols for different sectors of the food processing industry.
Manufacturers will have to develop their own HACCP plan, which is specific to their particular manufacturing facility.
Are you going to require sampling be done by folks who have an independent stake in their work, folks who don't work for just one person or work within the company, but who have a whole bunch of clients who actually stand to lose a lot if they don't do their sampling and their testing in a credible manner?
I mean, I can't speak about how the exact program would work, but certainly there has to be these checks and balances in there that can be verified by the FDA.
You'll agree with me that folks can't be allowed to sample and test themselves.
I'm not completely sure about
when
that.
I was a boy, I learned at my daddy's knee that no person can be the judge of his own case. Don't you all know that?
Yeah, there may be ways that we could ensure the integrity even if they sample their own product and test their own product.
I'm not saying folks can't be allowed to do that. I'm saying we need to have a sampling and a testing regime in place. In addition to the powers of mandatory recall that folks have talked about, we need to have a system in place where the manufacturer really doesn't have the option of knowing what they need to know when they need to know it. And they don't get to be the only ones who decide to act on that information. The public regulator needs to know what they know and when they know it. Don't you think that's necessary? That's the goal we need to reach for?
Yes, and that is what we are requesting.
Thank you. Well, that remains to be seen. Thank you. Anybody else want to take a stab at any of that with a little time left? How about you, Mr. Dyball? I understand the point you're making, but you realize the point I'm making, don't you? I'm not trying to drive people out of the business knowing more than they need to know, but I want to make sure they know what they need to know and that we know what they know when we need to know it.
I think there are a lot of opportunities in the subcommittee and in the discussions that we're going to be having to really build stronger bridges between government and industry and agree upon best practices that we can all use. I hope those best practices include preventative approaches rather than reactive approaches.
Well, what I want to do is I want to take you guys out of the situation of having to rat out a client in an existing regime where folks have the right to come to you and ask as a matter of entering into the contractual relationship with you that you'll keep quiet with what they got. That puts you in an untenable position. That's unacceptable. I recognize your interest there. Nobody can go forward. No part of the existing system can go forward and start doing the right thing. Everybody else is going to continue to be allowed to do the wrong thing. So I want to put in place something that doesn't let that happen. Ms. Coward, you got anything to add to that?
No, sir, I agree with that in terms of what you're talking about. I think the broader picture of how that gets done is something that we would really like to be a part of helping with the solution.
Well, get ready, because I think you're going to have a chance to play a role in that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Plone for questions. You're the chairman of the Health Subcommittee where there are legislation and FDA globalization bill that we're trying to get through for food and drug safety, so glad to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to be here for the whole hearing, but I had a hearing on offshore drilling in my other committee, and that was important in my district, so that's why I couldn't come until now. But I did want to mention, you mentioned the comprehensive FDA bill that you and Mr. Dingell have introduced, and I just wanted to say that I was pleased to see that we included some of the provisions in a food safety bill that I've had been trying to push for a number of years are now in that comprehensive bill, specifically preventative measures to ensure that food safety has been, addressed. I wanted to ask Mr. Sunloff a question. In the case you're examining today, many more companies than just PCA have been involved. In fact, over 50 companies use PCA peanuts in their finished products. And what worries me about the situation is that, first, PCA did nothing to prevent their contamination, and as others have highlighted, knowingly put contaminated products on the market. But second, none of those other companies conducted adequate tests on their food items to detect and stop the tainted peanut products from making their way to consumers. And under current law, there's no requirement that the companies who are actually putting food into the hands of consumers audit or check up on their supplies to ensure the ingredients they're getting from these suppliers are safe. Now, I believe that we need to give the FDA the authority to require food manufacturers to establish food safety plans. And these plans would require food companies to evaluate what food safety risks exist, determine how best to address and protect against those risks, and establish processes and procedures to control those risks. Finally, these food safety plans would require companies to maintain records documenting that they have complied with those plans, and those, of course, would be available to the FDA. You mentioned all this in your testimony, but I just wanted to make it clear: you do agree that the FDA should have this authority to establish, to require these manufacturers to establish the food safety plans?
Yes, I do, and in fact, we do have two areas of food that do require these kinds of preventive control systems. One of them is seafood, and the other one is juice. They have to produce them under a HACCP program.
Now, do you also agree that having these sorts of requirements in place would have gone a long way towards avoiding the kind of major catastrophe that occurred here?
It's unclear because the company, it's not clear they would have kept adequate records in this case because they did get positive control or positive samples, and they chose or they shipped product anyway. If we had gone in and inspected their records and had gotten access to those records before this outbreak, certainly that would have been a warning to us, and we potentially could have prevented this.
I mean, just in a general sense, would you agree that each company in the chain of manufacturing has an obligation to ensure that the ingredients they're using, as well as their final products, are safe for Americans to consume? Okay. And then the second thing, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask was about the fines. Mr. Sunloff, again, PCA knowingly put contaminated products on the market. They knew their ingredients were going to be used by many companies in their various products. They knew the risks of this disease, and yet they did nothing. But the most alarming thing to me is the lack of repercussions for the behavior. Under current law, the most severe penalty available for committing a single prohibited act with respect to foods is a misdemeanor, which carries a potential sentence of imprisonment of up to 1 year or a monetary fine. But, you know, the FDA, to successfully prosecute these companies and impose a penalty, has a lengthy investigation and has to coordinate with the Justice Department, and it's highly intensive in terms of the resources of the FDA and Justice. I also question whether the threat of a misdemeanor conviction has any deterrent effect at all, especially in light of the situation. Now, FDA now has the authority to levy civil monetary penalties for certain drug and medical device violations, an administrative authority that permits FDA to proceed without involving the Justice Department. And for certain drug violations, FDA can impose a fine of up to $1 million for all violations adjudicated in a single proceeding. But FDA does not have that authority with respect to foods, with the exception of illegal pesticides. In your opinion, are civil monetary penalties less burdensome for the agency to impose than criminal penalties? And do you agree that having the ability to impose an administrative monetary fine would be a useful enforcement tool for the FDA?
Congressman, it's not something that I have had discussions with. Certainly, it's something that we will be talking about as in the wake of this Salmonella outbreak, but it's not something I have an opinion on at this point.
And you don't want to express an opinion at this point?
I don't.
All right. I wish you would, but I can't force you. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. Let's go for another round. I think we're going to have votes here soon, but let's try to get a couple more questions in before we release this panel. Mr. Garrison, when I take a look at the document binder, it seems between Exhibits 15 to 37 are the Georgia's inspections of this place, and if I'm correct, by this place I mean PCA. That's about 22 different inspections, and it looked like early on, 04, 05, 06, you did not only inspections, but also scale inspections. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Then why did drop off after 06? I think you had one in 07 and one in 08.
On the scale inspections or on the food inspections?
Both.
The scale inspections were conducted under another section of my division.
Okay.
On the food inspections, it's basically through attrition throughout the department.
And budget cutbacks you spoke of?
Budgetary issues and those type things.
Okay, so you never did any inspection of this plant of Blakely, Georgia for salmonella then, even though that was sort of goal to do it once a year, right?
No, sir. We would have done an inspection at least twice per year during this period of time.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Had you ever had any knowledge, anyone in your department or agency, that they were having trouble with salmonella at this plant in Blakely, Georgia?
No, sir. It was never reported to any of our inspectors or even through our consumer complaint logs.
Okay, your last inspection was October 23rd, 2008. And when you take a look at it, it has a little bit of history of past problems that they had at this place, especially water. Water is sort of a red flag in peanut butter that there could be contamination or salmonella. Is that so?
You want to eliminate moisture from
Sure.
the peanut processing.
And that's even one of the reasons why you roast peanuts and heat them up is to get rid of the salmonella. It's got to be more than 170 degrees, if I remember correctly, correct?
The temperature would really depend on the roaster speed and the temperature there. It's a combination of the two during the roasting process.
Okay, on October 23rd, when you take a look at it, and I'm looking at the FDA's report in January 2, they indicate even in October, like they're missing dates as to the firm's temperature inadequate or just left off the recording charts, and that was never noticed by your inspectors. Wouldn't they look for the temperatures for roasting peanuts if you're doing an inspection?
When our inspectors go in, they will look at the current temperatures that are being observed at the time that they are inside the
Okay, they would look at past temperatures, see if they're being recorded.
Those would be records that they would not have to supply us with.
Okay, I had asked Ms. Cowart, and it was exhibit number 38 there, when she did a walkthrough when she was consulting with PCA, and she found 3 reasons why there could be salmonella. Number one, the Chinese product could have already been contaminated before it got there. But then after that, it was in the production and packaging. If Ms. Cowart if she just does a walkthrough and notice these things in this plant, why wouldn't your inspectors notice them? Because they're looking for the same things, aren't they?
Ms. Cowart had knowledge that the facility had a problem with salmonella. That's something that the state didn't have, and that's what we're pushing for, is for these plants in Georgia, if they have problems, they've got to let us know. The inspectors, we have to have every tool available to us.
Sure, but as inspectors, salmonella, water, peanuts, bad combinations. I just think you'd pick up on those things.
Exactly. You know, the inspections are a snapshot in time.
Sure.
What Ms. Cowart seen during her inspections may not have necessarily been there when our inspectors went through.
Well, that's why you look at the temperature records and things like that, correct?
When they have to supply them to us. That's why we go back to the HACCP requirements that Dr. Sunloff spoke about with the juice HACCP and the seafood HACCP. They have to, they're required to maintain those records, to sign off on those particular records.
But there's no way you can get those records unless they voluntarily give them to you, right?
In these type facilities, that is correct.
So in a way, and let me, Dr. Sunloff, if you ever get I've been asking this question for 2 years, the answer's always been no. Go back to 2007, Peter Pan, you mentioned in your testimony here today. You ever get those records from Peter Pan, from ConAgra?
I don't know the answer to that. I'll ask Mike Chappell if he knows.
So 2 years, you still don't even have the records from 2007, and yet you continue to say you don't need subpoena power. Don't you think you need subpoena power?
Again, I don't know whether or not we do have the records, sir.
Just been handed a report. Ohio officials now have linked a woman's death to a nationwide salmonella outbreak, so I guess we're now up to 9 deaths and growing. Let me ask you this, Dr. Sunloff, go to tab 11 there, if you could give them the tab book there, which is FDA's amended 483 report from January inspection. I'd like to know if each of these violations, I'll ask you about Should they be caught in a good manufacturing practices inspection? And if you could do a yes or no. Like observation number 3 on page 5, this is about the temperature being not recorded. I mentioned October 6 times it wasn't recorded. November 2008, 24 days you never recorded the temperature. In December and January, nothing was recorded. Should that have been caught by an inspection, a GMP inspection?
Yes.
All right. How about the pallets being 3 feet, observation number 4, 3 feet from the finished product, and water stains running down from the cooling unit fans in the cooler? Should that have been observed by a GMP inspection?
I'm going to have to ask Mike Chappell.
Okay, well, Mr. Chappell, should that have been caught in water stains with a GMP?
Certainly, one of the things that we do during inspection is look for environmental situations, and a water stain is an indication of a previous leak.
Okay. Plant is not, and how about observation number 5? Plant, number 5, plant is not constructed in such a manner to allow ceilings to be kept in good repair. Should that have been caught in a GMP inspection?
One of the things that we look for to see the general condition of the building, and there are certain things that we look for, and if the building is properly constructed, it is easy to repair those, and if not, it's not.
So that's yes, then they should have caught that in a GMP. Okay, how about observation number 6? Design of equipment utensils fails to preclude adulterated food with contaminants. Specifically, the felt material is present on a final roller at the discharge. This material cannot be adequate cleaned or sanitized. Should that have been caught in a GMP inspection?
If indeed that particular equipment was in place and in use at that time, that would be an observation.
That'd be a yes then. Okay, how about number 7? Proper precautions protect food and food contact surfaces from contaminations with microorganisms cannot be taken because of deficiency in plant construction and design. So that would be there all the time. So that should have been caught by a GMP, would it not?
I think plant design is certainly one of the things that we would look at, especially as it relates to product flow and segregation.
Okay, so that's a yes. How about number 8? Specifically, the sink located in a peanut butter room is used interchangeably as a point for cleaning hands and utensil tools for washing out mops. That's not good manufacturing practices, is it?
It's not, but again, though, if indeed the investigator was there at a time it was not being used for both things, they would not necessarily have pointed that out.
Right, but a sink shouldn't be in the final product area anyway, should it? Because that's water again, isn't it an indication?
You should have water near it, yes.
Okay, how about number 10? Besides the dead and live roaches, let me ask you this. The bumper pads were inadequate. Openings of 6 inches or more were observed along sides and tops of trailers. These trailers contain raw and roasted products can be left backed up for 7 to 5 days, leaving openings in the plant. Is that GMP? Is that good manufacturing process?
That should have been observed, yes.
Okay, these violations I've just listed here, all 6 or 7 of them, all should have been caught in a normal GMP inspection. Then why weren't they in the prior inspections?
The prior inspection and for FDA that FDA conducted was 2001, so I think it depends on the conditions at the time.
Well, there was a GMP inspection, there was an inspection for cause on the metal shavings, but some of these are just structural. You can see water stains, things like that. That should have been caught, should it not?
I certainly, it should be observed during the inspection.
All right. I guess my time's up. Mr. Walden, you got questions? Mr. Deal?
Thank you. First of all, let me clarify some things that I think may have been confused here. First of all, peanuts are not an inherently dangerous product. In fact, they are inherently safe. Some of us still eat them raw. Isn't that correct?
Peanuts, because they lack water, do not support the growth of bacteria. What we've seen in the ConAgra case and in the recent case with PCA is that once Salmonella is introduced into these peanut products, it doesn't die, it just stays there, and then when it becomes ingested, then the bacteria is able to reproduce and cause disease.
But that's further in the process. Inherently, they are a safe product unless you get the occasion for something like the Chinese organic, and there you're talking about something in the organic area where the fertilizer it contains Salmonella in many instances, and that's not the traditional method and not the traditional peanut product that comes to these plants. Am I correct?
Just let me say, you know, peanuts are grown in the dirt, and in the dirt there are lots and lots of bacteria, and salmonella can certainly be one of those. Generally, the peanut processors require a roasting step.
And that's the kill cycle.
That's the kill cycle.
Right.
Yes.
So whatever might have been there, even though they're not inherently dangerous, a proper kill cycle would supposedly eliminate that.
That's correct.
And that's why the temperatures of the roasters, et cetera, are critical pieces of information.
Yes.
All right. Once you get through the kill cycle, then it should not have salmonella in the peanut.
Right, and that's when the good manufacturing practices have to make sure that salmonella is not reintroduced after the roasting process.
And that's the reason you can get inconsistent samples one day versus the next day. Presumably, if you get a bad sample and a bad report that the lab reports back to the manufacturer, their presumption, and I think anybody's common sense presumption, is that they not only would destroy the product that is bad, but also that they would take the corrective action in cleaning up the facility, doing the other good management practices that would have caused the bad sample to occur. Am I not correct, Dr. Cowart?
Yes, sir. That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right. So it is not then inconceivable or totally within reason that you might get a bad sample, somebody gets the results, they clean it up, they don't get a bad sample the next time somebody comes by or the next time an inspection takes place. But I think the thing we all are focusing on is the kinds of things that will be able to prevent the bad actors from coming along. We have a bad actor here. He did not respond in a way that would be a normal response that everybody has reasons to expect they would respond. So I guess the thing we're trying to do is to come up with ways and methods whereby we can try to prevent the bad actor from being able to slip through the holes. And that would be including maybe reporting of internal testing to outside agencies such as the State Department of Agriculture or perhaps even the FDA, the mandatory keeping of internal records that would be required to be disclosed to the inspectors when they come by so that they would know whether or not there had been periods where the kill cycle was not operating properly, or they would know if they'd gotten a bad test result back. I think those are the objectives that all of us have in mind. Is that not the general format, Dr. Sunloff, that we should be approaching this from?
Certainly, I think we need to have systems in place that are, number one, preventive, and number two, alert us early on when there is a problem.
And I think we all agree with that. And the question is, how do we achieve that goal? And since we are in the middle of a vote, I'm going to conclude. But let me conclude by having thanks to all of you for your participation here. You've enlightened us, and we do appreciate your attendance at this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Braley, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Cowart, I'd like to ask you about a document known as a Certificate of Analysis.
Yes, sir.
As succinctly as possible, tell us what a Certificate of Analysis is.
A certificate of analysis for our laboratory is the final results that we have obtained through our testing program that is issued to the client for the sample they submitted.
And what does a company do with a Certificate of Analysis?
With the certificate of analysis, they would look at their sample description and understand where that came from, and based on the results, they need to take action depending on the positive or negative results they get.
And let me just show you why what we're talking about is so important. This is a list of the 1,900 product recalls at the FDA as of February 10th of 2009. So when you issue a certificate of analysis, you're issuing a certification from your company to be relied upon, which has legal consequences. Isn't that correct?
I think for the company, it is their responsibility to do with it what they need to. So it is our result on the sample. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you have a contractual obligation to make a good faith effort to perform that test to the best of your abilities,
yes,
because
sir.
you know they're relying on your analysis for their business purposes and their regulatory compliance.
When we issue our certificate of analysis, yes, sir, we believe they're relying on us to do that.
So I'd like you to take a look at a certificate generated by your company, JLA, which is at tab 51, page 1, and we've got it up on the monitors
Okay.
if you can follow along. In this certificate of analysis, your company confirmed the product from Peanut Corporation of America tested positive as a result for Salmonella, and you can see the lot number is 8168 ABCD, and it's dated June 23rd of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dybel, let me show you another certificate of analysis on the same tab, 51, page 3. This is your private lab's analysis of the same lot number on the same date, but your result shows that Salmonella is negative. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So just to understand, PCA sent 2 samples from the same lot to 2 private labs. JLA found Salmonella, and Dybel did not. So let's see what PCA did. PCA generated its own certificate of analysis. This is in the same tab, 51, on page 2, and PCA's report shows that its product tested negative for Salmonella. This is a certificate of analysis that PCA prepared for its customers, correct? You'll have
Yes,
to
based on
answer
this-
affirmatively.
Based on what we're looking at, yes.
Dr. Sunloff, what is FDA's position on this? Isn't it true, doctor, that it's illegal for a company to report on a certificate of analysis a negative Salmonella report when it knows that there's another lab test that shows a positive result?
I cannot speak to the legality of that. That certificate of analysis is between the laboratory and the company. Certainly, if we find that they did introduce contaminated food into the marketplace, then they are in violation of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act.
Well, are you saying that you don't know or that it doesn't apply in this context whether that would be illegal for a company to do?
I think that's part of the criminal investigation, and I can't expand.
Well, based on everything we've heard today, wouldn't you agree that if that is not an illegal practice, it certainly should be?
Certainly, if they were supplying false information to the FDA, that would certainly be an illegal practice.
Well, and we've heard testimony here that if any lot result tests positive, that takes precedent over any comparative negative test result, correct?
That is not written anywhere in the law or the regulations, but it is common knowledge within the industry that you can't test your way to negative samples.
So if it's common knowledge within the industry, isn't it true that it would make sense to have that also be applicable in the statute and the regs?
We would be happy to work with that.
And can you tell us, how can this practice be allowed? Because it's not just egregious, it's really fraudulent to the American people, isn't it? The American consumers who purchase these products.
If they're purchasing food that is purported to be something that it is not, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Walden has a question there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know we have to get to the floor for a vote. I do have a couple of questions I'd like to be able to submit in written form to the panel for your written response. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but I would concur with my colleagues and thank you for your participation today. It's been helpful in our efforts, and obviously we've got some changes to make in the federal government to protect the food supply for all Americans, and we're going to do that. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you. And that concludes all questioning. I know there are many other questions members have. I want to thank all of our witnesses for coming today and for your testimony. The committee rules provide that members have 10 days to submit additional questions for the record. I ask unanimous consent that the contents of our document binder be entered into record, provided that the committee staff may redact any information as business proprietary, relates to the privacy concerns, or as law enforcement sensitive matter. Without objection, documents will be entered in record. That concludes our hearing. This meeting of the subcommittee is adjourned. Thank you all for again.